calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. Detective 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2-1 star, take your shots.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Anyone else close, wait to see what's up, let me know. Come first, stand by. 10-4.
Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. Detective 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2-1 star, take your shots.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Anyone else close, wait to see what's up, let me know.
33. I'll let a supervisor know that rest attached.
1830.
Is that possible, Sheridan and Wilson?
Come first, stand by.
Right. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for this morning. I know everybody is too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Especially give me 1 second here. What? StreamYard, nothing but issues. There we go. What? Hold on one.
There we go.
Oh my god. StreamYard. I wish they'd allow more screen share options, and here we go. That's how it's supposed to look. you got to do workarounds, you know. You got to be like, "Hey, I want chat to show up, so let me try and yeah."
Hey, you made it work. You did.
Well, you know, you got to be creative. You know what I'm saying? When StreamYard only allows certain things, you got to be creative, like right here. It took me a while to actually make this, because, you know, going from EVMUX back to StreamYard, I was like, man, I miss seeing that chat up there. I got to figure out some kind of way to get it up there with StreamYard. And so it's like, you know what? I could screen share the, and then I'll just make a little layover to cover up the cracks in the sidewalk. But
well, it worked well. It did.
Well, thank you. You know, unless you got you know, technological f-ups in the morning like you did right there. But but good morning. Man, this hearing it's gonna be the final one until we have the trial. So oh my gosh, getting so close to the trial. And then also, I want to know who these alternate suspects are, you know? We've been sitting here asking, like, is it this neighbor guy that it's sad? Is it the Dodge Dart? Like, is it, I mean, remember, this is what I really think it has to do with. All the way in the beginning in March of 2000, when was it? 2000, oh my gosh. Was it 23? It was when, I think it was March of 2023 when Loxton came out with, you know, they wanted to interview Bethany like right away. Because of the exculpatory evidence. And I don't know, as I was sitting there, you know, the last couple days, like, who could it be? Because they can't just say, oh, it was another person. They can't just say that. They actually have to, like, be very direct on, you know, like, if there's an alternate suspect, you need to say who it is. I'm wondering if that's what it is.
Because, I mean, Judge Hippler said that they have to do it this way, and they have to do it on today's date so that they could give the state time to investigate what they have to say. So they actually have to put forward evidence of all of this so that the prosecution can check everything. And we already know that they suspect that it was two perpetrators. So are they going to present both, or are they going to at least just present one to show that, it's not their client? I don't know. But I mean, it's crazy to think like in just a couple of minutes, we could know potentially who else was involved. I mean, if they're correct, it's a little bit surreal.
Isn't it wild? Yeah, we might know that. We're supposed to. We're supposed to. Good morning, everybody. For some reason, my YouTube chat is freezing already. If you're having any issues, whether it seems buggy, it doesn't seem like it's working right, you're having chat issues, just back out. Make sure you close out, because you have to do that too. Just back out, close out, and then come back in, and it should fix it for however long. And then when you all of a sudden you look down, you're like, wait a minute, I'm not seeing anybody chatting in it. Yeah, it's probably because it's froze again. The unfortunate technology stuff. But there was I really do think it's going to have to do with that exculpatory evidence. I wonder if that's why they wanted to interview Bethany, because they went through one of the interviews. Maybe she had mentioned somebody's name, in one of the interviews.
Maybe.
We've seen how much stuff was left out in all of the different interviews that they've had. No matter, with what witness. I mean, hell, this whole time until these recent documents became unsealed in these recent court hearings, we just thought that the girls were sleeping. We thought that she only, it was the direct witness statement, that we seen in the Exhibit A from Brett Payne. We only thought that it was just minimal stuff. And then when these hearings have came out and stuff has gotten unsealed, like the 911 call, the text message, the cell phone activity from the surviving roommates, different things like that, we've started to see even the different statements that Dylan gave, even statements about maybe being too intoxicated that she couldn't even, maybe it was a dream, stuff like that. We didn't even know that stuff until this stuff got unsealed. And so I'm really thinking that it's going to have to do with the exculpatory evidence from Bethany Funk. I have a feeling that there was some statement that they came across in the initial discovery that they would have received, where they got those statements from all the roommates. They didn't have to look through a bunch of video to find something. They didn't have to dig into something really hard to find out something. This was something that was right on top of the pile. Witness statements. You go through it, it's already right there. You don't have to dig into it anymore. The only way that you would need to dig into it is if you wanted to interview one of the roommates. And so I really think that possibly there was a name that was mentioned in one of those witness statements from Bethany Funk, probably as she was looking out her window. I always said, without giving a name, the only other alternative suspect that could be presented would be a witness statement saying it was a different sex. Not because you can say, hey, it was a guy with blonde hair. How are you going to see blonde hair in pitch dark? All of these different things, you're like, what? What could it be? And the only thing that I could think of back then was that, well, it was a female. That totally puts the other witness statement in question. Or also, it presents two suspects, not just one. So there was two things with that. But it'll be interesting to find out when it comes to this court hearing. Yes, this court hearing will be live. It'll be live here in about 29 minutes. We always go a little bit early just to hang out and talk with you guys before the court hearing. Now, What I'm going to do is I'm going to be recording a separate version of the court hearing. There's not going to be, the media investigation, layover, graphics, ticker at the bottom, all that other stuff. I'm going to have a completely clean version of the court hearing that I'm going to upload later. So if we want to discuss, because I know in the past, whenever we've had these court hearings, we always wanted to just keep it quiet as possible, so that way people could come back and watch the court hearing without commentary as well. Also, we couldn't pause it. But now that we're able to do these live sneak peeks and all this other stuff, by the way, if you're not on Twitch or you're not following on Twitch, here is a link that you can click on. We did the Dateline full episode, unrestricted, unlike YouTube where we got our stuff taken down. You can go watch it over there on Twitch. We have a version no commentary. We have a version with commentary. Any of these episodes, if any of these episodes happen to get banned, blocked, muted, shut down on YouTube, you can literally watch with full unrestricted access over there on Twitch. And so since I was able to do that, I'm going to go ahead and record a completely clean version that won't have our audio, that won't have our screen stuff on it or anything like that. And so I'm going to go ahead and highlight your comments on this one. We're finally able to do that. I'm if we want to say, whoa, this is crazy during the hearing, we can do it. I'm going to be uploading, and it'll be a little bit after this court hearing's done. I will be uploading that clean version for you guys. So if you guys are in this in a replay and you're coming across to watch this, if you want to just have the clean version, no commentary, no screen covers and all that other stuff, I will have a video uploaded. And after it's uploaded, I will have it linked to this video, but just go to my video section and you'll see once it's uploaded. Also, there's a couple documents that came out over the last couple days too. Good morning, everybody, and thank you. Also, if you're not subbed to Rosee, definitely go sub up to her because she's doing a really good breakdown on the Dateline episode that just came out. No, really, and then you add some comedy pizzazz in it, and I love it.
Get part 2 soon. Wow.
Hey, yeah, look for that too. Make sure you hit the like and leave a comment on our video to help push it out there in the YouTube streets as well. I watched a great episode last night. I want to say shout out to Caddy for dropping the link a couple days ago. Kevin Fixler was on Courtroom Confidential last night, and I hung out in that show. And I just got to say shout out to Kevin Fixler. He's always had a great approach, a great mindset when it comes to innocent until proven guilty. He was on the show last night. We'll cover it in the future episode, but I definitely suggest y'all to go check it out. It was a show from yesterday afternoon. He was on there and he was talking about the Dateline stuff and the information that they were putting out there, and we went over the Howard Bloom Tell All on the show the night before. And that's when we heard from Bloom himself that Bloom is the source to Dateline. When he said, I'm just glad that they didn't air the parts that I didn't want them to, or I didn't want out, and then started giggling. What's up, AR? Hey, AR Hayes. When he started giggling, it's like, he just admitted right there that he's the source to Dateline. He's the source to a lot of the. Why do you think all these platforms are having him on their show? Because he was their, quote, source close to the investigation. Now, we've seen the Bloom blunder. Okay, the Bloom blunder when it came to Dr. Catherine Ramsland and what he did to her reputation, what he did to her career, and then also who knows what kind of nutballs out there with you put the message out there that Dr. Catherine Ramsland was the inspiration for the killings that took place in Moscow, Idaho, you got nutballs out there that are already going to sit there and blame her. You made Kohberger do this. Those kind of nutballs. That's unfortunate too, and I'm calling it a Bloom blunder because that's what it was. And then the fact that he comes out on his tell-all, and Drunk Turkey got right into it and asked him right away, but the way that he dismissed it, the way that he giggled about it, shows no remorse, shows no accountability, and shows a lack of integrity. And so when it comes to all of these sources close to the investigation on all these other platforms and shows, I'm sorry. When you do something like that, I have to question, because you're old school, dude. You are the one that's supposed to know better. I have to question everything at this point. Even the shit that you reported on in the 70s, bro. I got to question it now. I have to. So, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I was just saying, I mean, I have to admit that I didn't watch the whole thing, because I watched like 15 minutes and I found that Howard Bloom was whining about people being mean to him, and I just couldn't like finish it. But I'm definitely going to watch more now. I just think that what you were saying about accountability was really accurate, because I mean, it's not acceptable for an adult to say it was just a mistake. Why can't we all just get along? I mean, this is not the kind of situation where you can make mistakes. This is the kind of situation that has a death penalty. Like, you can't make a mistake around that. And honestly, I just he was like I said, it seems like he was just whining. Like,
well, he was. More than that, Rosee, he was actually telling other people. I mean, this is how crazy it was. And you can go watch it in my breakdown. Anybody that wants to check it out, I say it. The fact that you're giggling about doing your little shoulder dances, you know, and the fact that you're teaching, you're like at this in the same breath. You're teaching everybody how to have integrity. You're teaching everybody how. But yet at the same time, you just showed everybody how not to. It's the do as I say, not as I do approach. And that's a bunch of bullshit, man. You shouldn't do that, especially with somebody's reputation is on the line. How many people, how much do we talk about OJ right now, right? Now, think about this. Think about how so many people don't fact check themselves. There's so many shows and so many people that'll sit there and tell you whatever they want to tell you, even if it's complete bullshit. And there's people out there that will sit there and go, oh, wow, that must be true. And that's the messed up part, because it's like, yo, do your own homework, number one, if you want to find out who the real about what real. But at the same time, 30, 40 years from now, okay, with how much people don't fact check for themselves right now, how many people in 30, 40 years from now are going to sit there and go back to this Bloom shit and go and think that it's true because they never heard anything else? And you know he's going to have that chapter in his book and more books to come, trust me, because it's all about books in that interview as well. But all of that time later on, and how many people are still going to go when Ramsland's gone, Bloom's gone, most of us are gone, and people then are going to go, wow, this guy had a fascination with his professor, and the professor was so-and-so? After Ramsland's already passed on. That is so disrespectful. And then to sit there and go, well, they're hypothesis, but yet in the same breath, you're like, yeah, you need to fact check your stuff before you report. It was just total. It was I feel so bad for her, because the fact that he's like, well, I heard she's writing a book and she's going to have a chapter on BK. BS. Ain't nobody heard that. You're just trying to deflect it back onto her, and that's victim bashing, man. You created her as a victim. You made her a victim. She didn't ask for none of this. She didn't even say nothing about you, bro. And you're the one that made this humongous falsehood. and then you didn't even, and then you just kind of moving on. No, dude. And then for all these people to sit here and hold you up on this pedestal like you know all this information, ain't nobody talking to you, Grandpa. They talk to me, bro, not you. They ain't gonna talk to your ass. That's why you got shit that you got, and you have to embellish the shit that you embellish. Because if you told the damn truth about what the community says, because I know I talk to all sorts of different of the community in Pullman and Moscow, and I'm telling you, they didn't say the shit that you said, Bloom. In fact, they said a lot different than what you said, and it doesn't go along with the narrative that you're pushing in your book and what you want to tell people, so that's why you don't even talk about it. Who are they going to tell more? Are they going to tell more to a grandpa? Or they don't even like talking to adults in the first place. Are they going to tell some dude, baby face shave, walking up there with the local gear, looking like a brand new student, wanting to talk to people? I had people coming up talking to me most of the time. I didn't have to go talk to people. Who are they going to tell more? A new student, or they think that's a new student? Or are they going to tell some old guy that's like, what is this guy doing? Who do you think they're going to tell more to? You know how many people think that there's more than one person out there? You know how many people think that there's more than one person out there? Or that was out there in 2023? Who knows? There's different students that weren't even around at that time now. Most of them. Think about it. The people that were in class during the time when this crime took place, because they're going to be the freshest, most of those are already graduated now. Most of those are already graduated. So when it comes to the people that you might ask now, whatever. When you're asking the people, it was a year to the date of the crime taking place. The only people that weren't there were the seniors. Everybody else was still around. Okay? The fact that you're going to sit there and well, okay, I got busted, because I guarantee you saw the wildfire that took place after he came out and said Ramsland was an inspiration. Then all of a sudden, all these shows started just going crazy with it. Idaho 4, Ramsland inspiration. It's like, people, will you think about it first before you start putting shit out? Think about it. It's not hard. And then Ramsland comes out, makes that statement through Bryan Enton. Then moving on. Oh, well, moving on. Then all of a sudden you got to come out and talk about it. Now you're going to talk about it. The only reason you even did the tell-all is because Ramsland finally had to stand up and go, dude, stop. That's the only reason. I guarantee you there would be another couple weeks of shows about how Ramsland was an inspiration if he didn't get called out for his bullshit. And when you get called out and you're like, moving on, giggling, the fact that you're even telling people how you should approach journalism with integrity and report information, but yet I'm just like, dude, what fucking forget alternate suspects. What alternate reality do you live in? Very upsetting. And I can't wait for more of your breakdown. Crazy.
Thank you. Yeah, no, and I agree with you. I mean, it is true. If you look at the amount of shows that were coming out, majority of the headings were like motive revealed, right?
Oh my God.
And you know what? He did not frame that article like a hypothesis. It was not anywhere near just, this is just a suggestion, something for you to think about. He wrote it up like he had this huge expose, and it was disgusting.
Yeah, because he wasn't telling people these are hypotheses and theories and all this other stuff. No, he's talking like he was that source close to the investigation, and that's a bunch of BS. When that it's like selling somebody a lemon. Yeah, that car runs great. Trust me. And then 15 minutes later, all of a sudden the gasket's blowing out, and you're like, what the hell? Is that really cool?
Right.
Is that really respectful? Is that really having integrity? Is that really going about it the right way? No. And the fact that he can sit there and go, sorry, the engine worked, go on a show and be like, the engine worked great when they pulled it out of the lot. I don't know what to, I told him it was used.
Right.
I told him it was a used car. That's what he did.
Yeah, he did. He was like, I hypothesized it would work. Honestly, it only became a hypothesis after he was called out on it. I think that was one of the first times he's actually been called out.
That's it, because Catherine, I feel so bad for her. She didn't want to say anything. She was purposely, you know how hard it was for her probably to like never make a comment. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Catherine Ramsland. It was one of the hardest people probably not to make a comment beyond the family. Like, seriously. It had to be hard for her not to have to do that. And then she has to come out and say, look, no, this is, you know what I'm saying? And then to say like, oh yeah, Catherine, like she was this inspiration and he was all this, and then she reached out to the family. They must have had some secret relationship. And before he got called out, I was like, watch, he's going to say they had relations in a closet during class or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was going that direction.
It was.
And it's like, think about it, people. Yes, if she would have, listen, she's the one that teaches other people about SKs. You don't think she's not going to notice the tendencies? I mean, think about all these school pew-pews that happen. Well, we did notice these odd things about this and that and this and that and this and that. Don't you think she would have noticed like right away before anybody else? Because she teaches it. Don't you think she would have noticed? Oh gosh, this Kohberger student, he's got, that's, I don't know, that's kind of, don't you think? So then why would she reach out to the family and ask them if they needed any help with anything? Probably because the experiences that she had with Kohberger didn't set off alarm bells. What do you think red flags are? Red flags are your conscience going, wait a minute, this seems like a suspicious situation. That's what a red fucking flag is. She didn't even have any of those. If she did, do you think she's calling out to the family? Come on. Horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. And I mean, I'm glad that the coverage on it has calmed down now, because you know, like you said, where it was going. And again, I'm really just glad for Bryan Enton that he actually took a stand on that as well, because I think he was a huge part of getting it all to just calm down.
Yeah, because she felt comfortable and she knows, because listen, as much as I hate MSM, and I do because of their, oh my gosh, he could have watched me too. The whole MSM dramatics has just been way overboard for the last couple of years. But I will say that Bryan Enton, this whole time, even before he started working with News Nation, because he started working with WFLA first, Gabby Petito, News Nation hired him after that. He's always been integrity. He does it the old school way, like how I like to approach it, the old school way. You know what I mean? Like the forefathers, how they did it. Respect, you know? but real at the same time. And so, yeah, I appreciate him too. Now, there's a couple court documents. The IGG is exempt from disclosure and sealed as well. So, how they got to the tip will not, it's going to be sealed. So, I think that's kind of messed up. I think that should have been, listen, if we're talking a trial by peers, we're talking public opinion, jury. I think that all of that stuff. I think it all should be transparent, because this isn't just some case in the northern part of Idaho that just really like nobody even really pays attention to or will in the future, because nobody's just. This is the biggest case that's ever going to be in a courtroom for a long time. And it's very important that all this, I mean, listen, if you were able to get his name, then why? If you did it backdoor, fine, but still show it. The reason that I'm disappointed that it's going to be exempt is because it was always, well, we don't have the homework. We just got the tip. They didn't save their homework. Remember? We found out they didn't save their homework. Why? You can't get to an answer. We've heard it from the experts. You have to have that homework to have that you have to have that homework right in front of you to show you the answer. So not having the homework, I'm sorry. We're talking it's a dangerous time with DNA and contamination. And I think that homework should be displayed. So I'm a little disappointed in that, honestly, to see that won't be displayed.
Yeah, I agree. I'll never understand that. I mean, I think that it's something that's really important. I mean, if it's supposed to be the only direct link between him and the scene, like the only proper one, then just do it properly or tell the truth.
Exactly, because it should. You can't just say, yeah. It's not going to fly if you go into your algebra class and
No.
You come. I mean, just pre-algebra even. Okay. What about division in grade school? Division in grade school. Can you show your work? How did you get this? You just have the answer. Even in grade school, you got to show your work for division.
Mm-hmm.
You got to see the ones and the crosses and the zero added on here. They got to know that you know what you're doing. You got to show that you know what you're doing.
Yeah. And I think another thing you need to show is that the answer came after the work. That's another thing that they want to see, right? That you didn't go to the back of the book and look at the answers and write down what you want the answer to be and then do some work quickly before it. That's another thing that's playing into this is, did you do the work before or after you had an answer? It's
cheating. I mean, You know what I'm saying? And and when you're looking at all this other stuff, the 23 times, I'm sorry, I already went there and showed you guys back then that you can be in Southeast Pullman and connect to the tower. You're not even crossing over the Washington State Idaho border and you're already connecting to the tower. You literally don't have to be fucking right. And the way that they, that's what, Kevin Fixler even brought it up in the interview with Courtroom Confidential, and we'll cover that the next show, is he was even saying, look, man, like, it doesn't mean you're right there. Like, I got to see more. Shout out to Kevin Fixler for his integrity, for real. Because at least he's talking realism when it comes to evidence and the key words compared to what is really there. Just like the Amazon click data. It's not even you clicking on it. It's Amazon sending you a suggestion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the thing with that is, I noticed because in the Dateline documentary, they gave a lot of times of stuff that we hadn't seen before. And because I was working on that part two today, but then I had technical issues, I saw that they said that he was searching for these products at, and I can't remember the exact time, but it was something like 7 or 8 p.m. And then he looked into clearing his Amazon data at 7:09 p.m., which means that is it really a search if it was for 1 minute? That sounds more like some kind of pop-up, right?
Well, it's the same thing that somebody that is you know going to school for forensic
Yeah.
data, right? And you're gonna do the dumbest shit that you're going to school for. You're gonna drive around and do multiple turns and multiple trips and T-section, turnarounds and all this other stuff. If you're gonna take the route that has all of the cameras instead of the route that has minimal cameras. I showed you guys that route. You literally only go through by a couple cameras on the route that you could have taken. Just a couple cameras. That's it. Instead of going all over downtown and all over the neighborhoods. And then also this, you're good. This is, you know, if yes, he's trying to show how good really, but you're gonna tell me that I'm not supposed to leave my phone at home. Oh, I'm not supposed to take a route that has all the cameras. Oh, I'm not supposed to delete my Amazon data like somebody that would know how to delete it without. I mean, if this person was really trying to get away with it, they would have covered their tracks.
Right.
Like in all aspects, they would have covered their tracks. A rookie criminal knows that shit. A rookie criminal knows about the cell phones and the cameras. A rookie criminal knows about that. And you're going to tell me somebody that was going to school was so highlighted that even professors suggested and referred him? What? Come on now. Also, I wanted to mention this real quick before we get into this, and give me 1 second because it's going to start here in a moment. So let me do this switch real. All right. Whoa, why is it showing us like that? Hold on. It's got like one eyeball for me, and why is it doing that? Okay, there we go. I wanted to mention this real quick before it starts. Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger was inspired by evil incel Elliot Roger as gorgeous. Now it was crazy because I was like, oh really? That's kind of funny because Rosee and I did a show a long time ago about that, talking about that that discussion, and then you're seeing it on social media. How come nobody's ever brought up Elliot Rogers, Bryan Kohberger? And I'm like, okay, maybe they just haven't been around for a while. But there's the link for that, and there's a part 2 on it as well. Trust me, we shout out to Rosee. She had a lot of information that she brought with that in that episode too. And I tell you, it's a really good part 1 and part 2. We show it all. I got videos and we got documents. We even went through the manifesto for that. So definitely check that out. All right. So I wanted to mention that real quick. I was like, that's interesting. Now, nobody's mentioned this before. Okay.
Yeah, it says it's an exclusive. Look at that.
All right. All right. So let's go ahead. I'm going to fire up this court hearing live. Now, what I'm going to do is we'll go ahead and we'll get switched to it. Also, they did have a court document. There's the IGG, how it's exempt from disclosure and sealed. And then also, they had a court document that they released yesterday that had rules for the courtroom now. So people can get jail time removed and all sorts of stuff when it comes to the courtroom, being quiet and not interrupting anything. The last thing that they need is interruptions, you know? All right. So let me go live here. We got this thing going live. Now, like I said, this is normally we always kind of quieted down during these, didn't talk during them. I didn't show any messages during them. It would be full screen, whatever. Because I wanted to allow people to be able to see the court hearing without any commentary, but also hear the commentary too. But I'm going to be doing something different today. I'm going to be recording a completely clean version that doesn't have any of the music, audio, or anything with that. And I will be uploading that after the stream is over. So if anybody's coming across this on replay, or anybody here in chat shortly after this stream is done, or the court hearing's done, I should say, I'm already going to start the upload process for that, and that'll be in the video tab if you wanted to have that without any distractions or whatever. Also, if you're not on Twitch, definitely go sub up or follow over there, because any of these videos that might get blocked, banned, muted, any of this stuff during these episodes, Twitch. Also, we covered the Dateline. We did the sneak peek live. We'll be doing sneak peek lives over there from now on. We started that out with the Dateline episode. It worked great. Also, if there's any issues with any of the episodes, you can go to EvilleCJ on Twitch, and you can literally watch all of them unrestricted, full access, no restrictions whatsoever that you get here on YouTube. And I trust me, especially with the Dateline stuff, because you see it all, you hear it all, and it was great. There was people that were not even they were across the pond, weren't even able. Some people had to pay $8 just to be able to watch it and sign up for some service or whatever. And really, we were with my sneak peek, and now I'm doing my sneak peek lives with the setup. You can be in another country, not have access, and you can come to Twitch and you can watch it in its entirety, completely unrestricted. That's the best part about it. So if there's any of these episodes end up getting banned, blocked, like the one from a couple nights ago where I was just discussing it, and then they took it away about a half a day later, the next afternoon it was shut down, take it away. You could go to Twitch and you could watch the whole thing still. All right. Let me see here. Do I maybe have to hit refresh or something? Hold on 1 second.
I guess they could be running late.
Could be, but I don't know. Maybe the first part. Nope, it's still not live. Maybe the first part is going to be sealed.
Yeah, maybe they just preparing or something. Because, I mean, they do have the link up, so they're obviously streaming something.
Yeah. All right, so we'll just sit here. Once it does start, I'll go ahead and switch it to full screen. Let me see here. There's that. I'll switch it to full screen. Maybe the first part is they're just keeping it hush hush or something. But we're still waiting.
I haven't seen anything to say that it's sealed. So
Maybe it will be. I don't know. Sea Dog. I mean, maybe. I mean, if they came out and said a name, they got to be on a delay, right? They have to be on some kind of. Why else would they? I mean, you're already on a 6-second delay when it comes to airtime when you're streaming from where you're streaming to YouTube, like they were before, right? But now that they're streaming it through their own website, they can control the delay and they can control all that stuff. And so I thought that's why they started going through it with their own website, was because they could control that. Like if somebody said something, they weren't supposed to, or some information came out, all of a sudden you'd get something pop up with that delay. So
yeah, that makes sense though.
I don't know, but I can't see them, Sea Dog, it is a good point though. I can't, if they really did have to name right, if they really did have to name somebody, they're not going to be like, yeah, Jimmy Kumbaya was the one that was actually doing then all of a sudden Jimmy Kumbaya, or all the Jimmy Kumbayas throughout the country would, or the world perhaps, would be looked at side-eyed. So maybe not.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, yeah.
Let's see. We'll go ahead. Oh, nope. It's still. All right. Yeah. So I'll keep checking. In the background. But let's see. Yeah. So I keep refreshing it too. I have another feed up. Like I said, I am going to be recording it. You know what? Let me start recording that now. Let's see. Shut that off. Record. All right. So we're recording it on my alternate source. Like I said, it'll be full screen, no layover, tickers and yada yada for you guys for that. All right. So I have it up here. Let me click to the amended order governing courtroom conduct. And once it pops up, we will go live. I have it on my other feed here. Let me see here. The court is mindful. Now it's seating and attendance may be reserved, of course, for the family and such. Public seating, subject to the need for reserved seating. Seating the public, including media, will be permitted as space permits, of course. Standing attendance when open seating is unavailable will not be allowed. So there will be no standing room only. So if there's no room, you're not going to be able to get in. So I would imagine that the credentialed media and sorts would get first dibs, and then the general public would get the remainder after that takes place. And maybe not for the pretrial hearings. The credentialed media isn't really showing up except for a couple, but I can guarantee you when the trial's happening, if to be general public, you'll probably get, with that small courtroom, you're going to have a hard time getting in. Let me see here. Other restrictions. All persons entering the courtroom may be subject to additional security screening. Handbags, backpacks, and other carry-ins are subject to inspection, of course. Cell phone and other electronic devices in the courtroom. All cell phones, tablets, laptops, or any other electronic device shall be turned off or be in silent mode and shall not make any sound or create any distractions. Devices shall not be used to record, photograph, or transmit any sounds, images, or video from the courtrooms used during the proceedings. Phones or other handheld devices capable of recording shall not be used or held out of pocket purse while the court is in session. So you can't even have it out in front of you. Very interesting. Any of the devices that can record, you're not allowed. So basically you need your paper and your pen. Laptops or tablets used for note-taking must have any recording capabilities disabled and are subject to inspection to ensure that such features have been deactivated, or to determine if recordings of audio or images have been taken in violation of this order.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Notebook, and pen. And then you can go tweet and do your live stuff during breaks. No media interviews or reporting shall be conducted inside the courtroom except for written reporting such as live tweeting. But then at the same time, when you're live tweeting, you're on the same devices that can record video and audio. So how are you going to do that? Unless you sit there and show, yes, I have my microphone and my video turned off. But then as soon as they walk away, you can literally hit sound record and you got the audio. You know what I mean? So I don't know how somebody's going to record the audio and somebody's going to F it up. Watch. I guarantee it. Written reporting may be restricted or prohibited if it becomes distracting. So, they don't want you making noise, disruptive behavior, which there shouldn't. Everybody needs their focus. Everybody needs to maintain the clarity because this is real. Like, this is no joke. And so they deserve, and out of respect for the courtroom, that's the way it should be. And then it says right here, any activity or behavior which is disruptive may result in removal from the courtroom. No person shall demonstratively react verbally or non-verbally to evidence or arguments, or otherwise attempt to convey opinions related to the case while the court is in session or jurors are present or could potentially see or hear the same. So, and you can go to jail, be fined, be removed. It's no joke.
No.
No.
And I think it is important to respect the courtroom. I mean, with the way that, how crazy this case has gotten at times, I think that they're just, they need to be on guard and everything.
You have to. Especially with what took place already, with when they had to control the crowd there for a minute.
Yeah.
At the last one, they had to control the crowd. So, because really, I mean, this is a death penalty case, man. Like, there has to be that complete focus, 100%. And just think, like if you're driving down the road and all of a sudden, it's all quiet and you're just focused, and you got to be focused on the road and you're not trying to make any mistakes. And then all of a sudden, boom, it's like, whoa, it distracts you. All right, here we go. Let me restart this recording. Court will begin soon. All right. Ooh, I can't wait. Make sure the volume's up. We got the volume up. Like I said, I'll have a completely clean version uploaded after.
I guess they're keeping some of the preparation confidential as well, which kind of makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, it's to be expected,
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me do this. There we go. What's up, everybody? What's up, typically? It is a small courtroom, Dreamcatcher. Why is my StreamYard giving me like 1 bar? What is that about?
What is 1 bar? Is that like signal?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I wonder if we're going to find anything out about this alternate suspect then.
Yeah, I think like this is one of the hearings that is the most like cryptic. Like we don't even know how this is really going to work. So yeah.
Yeah. I honestly didn't think it was going to be televised until yesterday or the day before.
I didn't either. I thought that it was probably like going to be one of those closed ones, and then I just kept checking, and there was nothing there to say that it wasn't.
Yeah.
Open. So maybe it'll be like how they're going to possibly try and do it for the actual trial, where they're just kind of turning it on and off for certain things. But then at the same time, like once you've given the name, which they're expected to do, it's kind of difficult to stop the public from going crazy once they know it, you know.
Oh, I mean, come on. If you heard if you heard the new name, like the name of the alternate suspect, oh my gosh. Like you already see how crazy they they go over shit already. Imagine. You know, there'd be people that weren't even there that had the same name that would be getting, you know.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Oh, I can't imagine.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it could cause chaos. So it'll be interesting to see how they're actually planning on doing this.
Oh, I'm so excited. So excited.
Me too.
All right. So let me I'm going to go ahead and let me switch to this. What the heck, StreamYard? Hold on. Okay, now it's here. We'll just do this. We'll have to. We're small. We're small again.
Hey, people are here to see the hearing. So
yeah, we're small again. All right, here we go. We'll go full screen there. We'll throw that up there. And we'll scoot me up here. We'll give it to you full screen there. All right. As we wait.
the suspense.
I know. If I would have known we were going to be delayed, I wanted to show everybody a little bit of that Kevin Fixler interview from Courtroom Confidential from last night. I had about a 10-minute clip I wanted to play for everybody, and I'm like, oh shit, it's already 2 minutes. I don't have time for it.
Well, I mean, we actually don't know how long they're going to be.
I know.
Okay.
I know, but
is it risky?
Right? I'm ready, because what happens if they say something right away when it pops up live? You're like, oh shit.
Like they open it up, like he did it. Oh, okay, we missed it. Yeah, okay. I know what you mean.
There is so much to talk about too. Yeah, so I'll be covering the Kevin Fixler stuff, and there's and I should probably because we did a part 1 and part 2 for the Elliot Rogers stuff. Let me put that link back in chat if you want to check that out. That's a part 1, and then there's a part 2. I should put both parts together and put it out there for everybody. That way it's just in one episode. There's a lot of interesting stuff, but and I'll put this out there too, because I always laughed at the incel theory until I went to, because on all my episodes, this ain't no incel, incel, blah, blah. Always, I wasn't even down with the incel stuff until the day that I showed up behind 1122 in that parking lot myself. And when I sat there and I saw everything and I was experiencing the environment, that's when I told myself, oh yeah, an incel for sure did this. And that's when I started talking about the incel. And then because you had excuse me, you had brought it up to me back then, Rosee, because you had watched the incel theory right here.
Yeah, so I had only just like very recently found your channel, and I think I'd been on panel like once for a few minutes. And I was watching something on replay, and you were explaining the incel theory and like everything that you felt when you were standing in that parking lot and you were behind the house and everything. And I felt like I needed to research it because I'd also never heard the word incel before. I'd never heard it. So I looked it up, and the first thing that came up was Elliot Rogers. And then I saw that there was a manifesto, so I just thought it would be kind of interesting. And when I was reading it, it was reminding me a lot of what you were saying that you were suspecting happened when you were standing there. And
Yeah,
I felt like, well, I mean, I didn't know if you'd seen the manifesto or anything, so I really wanted you to read it, which was why I reached out, because he was describing it almost like the way you were describing it. It almost sounded like you had already read it and you hadn't. So I knew that there must have been something to it, because it was almost spot on what he was saying.
Yeah, no, I didn't even know about Elliot because I never really studied the incel stuff,
Yeah.
I made fun of it when I first started hearing about it, and when they started putting out the whole incel stuff in the beginning before Kohberger was even arrested, and I just laughed at it, like, what incel, like, like this is something else. But yeah, I had never read it, so that's interesting that you said that, because when I showed up there, and I'm just like, yeah, because I think in that incel theory, that's when wasn't I like playing out like somebody smoking a cigarette and like doing the like basically like giving you a blueprint of what I felt like this, because I get these vibes when I go places, I get I gotta feel it, I gotta sense it, I have to smell the air, I have to look at the clouds at the angle, I have to be there. And that's when it's almost like when I go to these places, it's like I get like this movie in my head, is a good way to put it, like a movie in my head that plays out to me of what most makes sense, I guess, when it comes to everything put together, the victims, the crime, stuff like that. And it just just plays a movie, and then the movie in my head comes with the storytelling, because I seen the movie of this person smoking a cigarette, sitting in their car, because smoking something would be a perfectly good reason for somebody to be sitting out there in the wintertime in their car for hours and hours and hours. Other than that, it's going to be like, well, it's kind of weird. But somebody that would looked like they were there was like they weren't just sitting back there to watch, that they would look like they were doing something to not look suspicious, but at the same time while they're doing that they're focused on that house. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the main things that I heard you say at the time was that you thought it could have been somebody who lived at the Queen Road Apartments. And when I was going through that manifesto of Elliot Rogers, he was speaking about how angry he was that his neighbors were having a good time around him, and he had to like see it and listen to it, and it wasn't his fault that they were happy, but he was being forced to be near it. So when you mentioned that it could be somebody who lived at Queen Road Apartments, that really made sense to me after what I'd read, because he was like describing in detail having to hear parties through the window and stuff.
Yeah, and that's, you think about the noise complaints, you think about the proximity of everything, somebody coming home.
Yeah.
I kind of played it out and explained the reasons too in that episode, like why should I have to go park over in this parking lot because I don't want to be exposed to their sexual fun that I can enjoy,
Exactly.
shit like that. Why should I have to shut my window? Why can't I hear the birds without hearing the laughter of those, whatever stuff like that. So, yeah, I guess we just continue to sit here. For some reason, though, as I'm doing this test on this other recording, for some reason it's not canceling out our audio on it for some reason. So we might have to do it like we always do it when it comes to the hearing.
Muting and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, we
That'll be
probably,
okay.
and maybe during some breaks or something we can discuss it. I'll have to try and see if I can come up with something else in the future, because I thought I could go just directly off of one source, but it's not working out that way. So, what are they talking about? Well, let me go to this Fixler interview here then for a second, and I suppose when it does pop up,
We'll keep an eye.
yeah, because I have the other one up. I'm still gonna keep the other one up.
I've also got it up, and I'm just refreshing a lot. So
yeah, I got it up on a direct feed into that, so when it does, that we will switch to it right away. Give me 1 second here. Let me find that, and I'm gonna put the link in chat too.
Busby, it'll be fine.
Huh?
It'll be. No, Busby's just saying don't miss the beginning, but we won't.
No. Well, it's gonna come quick too. Dreamcatcher. Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll end up just putting an edit out of just the court hearing for upload instead. Let me see here. I'm afraid, I'm kind of nervous to start it, and then we might miss a couple minutes of it. So let me see, what else was I going to talk about here. Let me get my notes, well, let's talk some more first, I do want to mention this though, because I didn't mention it in the beginning of the show. there's a lot of because I get emails all freaking day. So there's a lot of discussion about, you saw the body cam when Kaylee was wearing the orange dress, and Hunter was out there. The noise complaint where Rosee took the photo of Kaylee's ID, that body cam.
Yeah.
So on that body cam, there's a white car that's parked up back into the and through the trees. Let me see if I can get. Basically, it's a Chrysler 300. Okay.
Okay.
Let me see. Let me just go to some of my footage, because when you're looking at like all of my footage, when I'm coming and leaving and all that, that Chrysler is always parked in the same spot. It's in the same spot that you would see that car through the trees in that body cam photo. And now people are talking how it's a Hyundai Elantra. And I'm first of all, I don't know why there's so much focus on this Hyundai Elantra when literally the car that's leaving the scene of the crime is a freaking Dart. I don't understand. Yeah, it's in a lot. No,
State v.
Oh.
Kohberger, the defendant and counsel for both sides previously identified are present. We are in the public session now. I have my own agenda for what to cover today in the pretrial motion, and so I'm not sure what you have. I didn't receive any specific motions to cover today, other than I think the ones previously submitted by defense related to questioning of the jury. As I indicated, I don't intend to discuss in the public forum what specific questions would be asked of potential jurors, because I think that inhibits the ability to get frank and unprepared answers from potential jurors. And so we may have to cover part of that in a session at the end of the day. I think we can talk about it generally without discussing the specifics, but if we need to go there, that's what we will do. Apart from that issue, as what I intend to do is kind of break down the trial process through stages. And as you have issues or questions about whether how to handle something or how the court handles something, that's your opportunity to ask as it relates to that phase of the case. And we'll just sort of proceed in that fashion. So starting with some general issues, I just wanted, and a lot of this is unfortunately going to sound like me simply lecturing about what I want and don't want. And that certainly is a large part of it, because if you know what I expect, I think it makes your job easier. And so I, particularly where I can't recall whether Ms. Massoth has had any trials with me or not, but I know she's been in front of me a few times, but the rest of you have not. And so it's, I think, important that you get that information straight from me rather than from the sources that you may get from asking around. So to start with, I'm not a fan of surprises, as you may have figured out by now. I want to know in advance, as far as possible, when there are issues that need to be addressed. That includes evidentiary issues. So if you know that you're going to object to some line of evidence, or you anticipate that there's going to be objections to a line of evidence, I don't want to wait until that is offered in the middle of trial for a couple of reasons. One, I don't have the opportunity to look at the issue to degree that I would want to in order to give you the best ruling that I can. And two, it doesn't give you the opportunity to make the best case for me that you can for either excluding or overruling any objection. And perhaps even more important than all of that, from my perspective, is in what is already going to be an quite lengthy trial, it just extends it. And nothing frustrates jurors more than sitting around in the juror room doing nothing while we're in here doing something. And so that helps guard against that and minimize that amount of downtime that we may have. So we'll have periods, as I will explain to you, before court each day and after court each day, where if you are anticipating issues that are coming up, that's the time to talk about that, not in the middle of the trial itself. I did receive the parties' stipulation regarding how to handle the IGG tip, if you will. I'm fine with that proposed instruction, and so that will be given. I think I'd asked you also to work on instruction related to the use of the terms surrounding touch DNA and other variations about that in the event that I decide to correct somebody about the use of that term. As I said, with respect to the professionals in the DNA community itself, I'm not going to prohibit it in the sense that, you know, I'm going to sustain an objection. What I would likely do is to clarify with the jury, if the parties want me to, about that being simply a convenient title and not meaning to imply an actual source of or method of the DNA being present. And so if you haven't worked on that, please do so to get me an instruction you both can live with. Otherwise, I'll end up drafting one myself, and perhaps neither of you want to live with it. So with respect to the model, I think referred to as the dollhouse by Mr. Thompson, has that been produced for the defense to inspect?
It has, Your Honor. It's actually here in this courthouse, has been for a few weeks, and Mr. Hurwitz facilitated the defense viewing it yesterday.
Okay.
It is available for the court's inspection well if the court would like to look at it. And just for the record, to the extent that the model was characterized as a dollhouse, I think that was an inappropriate characterization. It is an inappropriate characterization. If I'm responsible for it, I assume responsibility, but that's simply not an appropriate way for it to be described, given what occurred there and the victims.
I think a better term is simply a model,
Yes, sir.
Rough model, given that it is admittedly not to scale precisely. So, Ms. Taylor, any record about that? You had a chance to look at it?
Governor, we did. We were able to bring 2 experts in for our request yesterday, and we appreciated being accommodated while we were here. We do have a remaining question about where the model house will be stored during the course of trial.
Where are you storing it, on the 3rd floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it sounds like it's stored with the evidence vault of the prosecutors down there. And so I suppose if she needs to get access, or our experts do, we can arrange for that as well.
I should have asked a better question, Your Honor. When it's brought in as a demonstrative aid, I am curious about when it's not being used by the prosecutor or the defense and a witness, where it will sit in the courtroom.
I will find some place not in the courtroom, because I don't want it in the courtroom when it's not being used, but nearby in the event that a witness does wish to use it.
Yes, sir.
Now that we got the tantrums out of the way.
For the most part.
The other thing that I would point out, as it sounds like you've been at least to some degree working together, and I appreciate that. As you come to stipulations on agreement on things, it's important that those be reduced to writing for your own protection. Because too often what I see is in the middle of, for example, trial, well, Honor, the other side said that they were going to stipulate to that, and then they're not. That leaves me in a difficult position because I wasn't part of those discussions, right? And so for your own protection, I think it's just important that you get those reduced to writing as much as possible. I did receive the parties' spreadsheets on the exhibits, which we'll go into a little more when we get to the exhibits portion of today's menu. But I appreciate getting that. There's some questions that I had about it generally, and then some more homework to do on it. In terms of the witnesses, I had asked, and I think my law clerk reached out to make sure that we get a description of those witnesses, kind of like if they're who they work for or where they're from, something that will allow me to categorize those on a juror questionnaire so that they don't just get a list of 300 names, but can say, all right, these are witnesses, these people live in Pennsylvania. These are witnesses that work for the FBI, right? And so that they can put in context those names, which will be result in a more accurate review by them of those names to see if they know anybody. And I'm not sure if that's been accomplished yet or not. And so if you haven't done that, please get that to us as soon as possible so we can incorporate those. I think the state had, and last I had heard, but it's been several days, the defense we were still waiting for someone from the defense.
And I believe that that's been provided. My hope is that it was sufficient because I think it came back and we re-provided it.
Okay, I'll check.
If it's not sufficient, let us know.
I'll check on a break to see where it's at. All right. So I did, as I indicated this morning, receive the defense's proffer regarding alternate perpetrators. That will be sealed per request, I'm assuming per stipulation. And I want some additional information there. What I'd like is by the 23rd, if possible, for the defense to do two things. One, provide me with whatever actual evidence you have that supports those allegations, rather than just allegations. And two, provide for me how it is you believe that what you are offering is admissible. Because it seemed to me much of what you had put in there was fairly potentially fairly objectionable in terms of admissibility. So I would like to see that. And then I would have the state respond by the 6th, which is 2 weeks. And then I would propose a hearing on the 18th.
Your Honor, on June 18th, Ms. Massouth has a conflict in the morning, but we could do an afternoon hearing on that day.
Can we do the 20th? The 19th is a holiday, and the court is closed. I'm just not sure whether it can be done in a half a day or in the afternoon or not, depending upon where we're at. That's my concern.
Your Honor, for me personally, the 20th is a little bit of an issue for personal reasons. If we could avoid that date, if we can't, then I guess we can't.
Well, let's, can we start by like noon on the 18th?
12:30 or 1. I'm in federal court.
All right. Let's do 12:30. Are you handling those issues?
Alternate perpetrator. I'm, yes, very involved.
Let's do 12:30 on the 18th.
Ooh, we're gonna have another one coming up. She said she's heavily involved in that part too.
Yeah, very.
All right. Next, I want to go to juror questionnaire discussion. Before I do that, this was that was, as I said, sort of a catch-all category. So I won't ask you if you have questions now because I suspect it will fit into, if you do, a more specific category and we can address it at that point. But if you have a question or concern about anything we've talked about thus far, now's your chance.
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, juror questionnaires.
Their feed must have froze or something. Let me just yeah, it says it's still playing. Why did it? Excuse me. Did their stream? Hold on, I'm pulling up a fresh
checking.
one. It shows it's still playing, but it's weird because the icons for the volume and stuff are showing. So it's like, what happened there? Did it? Yeah, it's froze.
When I open it, it's not. Where is it?
All right, here we go. Weird.
Be present, but when the questionnaires are
What the heck?
administered, but I suggested to you that perhaps your time is better spent in reviewing the questionnaires than watching people fill them out. The process will be such that as we bring groups in to fill those out, those will immediately be scanned and then provided to council on a shared drive. And so I guess I wanted to get your feedback on whether I suspect this is a all for one or not proposition.
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding is we have both agreed that there's no need for counsel from either side to be present during that stage. We'll focus on the tasks at hand.
Okay, very well. Does that accord, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very well. So as I indicated, you'll be given access via shared drive You can do two things. One, you could save those over to a copy over to a drive in which you can make edits, or you can print and make hand edits, or you can just keep track by notebook and juror number. If you want to do the printed version, you'll need to bring your own printer and supplies in order to print those off from your war rooms. The plan will be to take the universe of jurors who are summoned and then scramble them randomly and assign them what we call a scramble number, 1 through 10,000. And then we will bring them in to fill out the questionnaires beginning with 1. So that the questionnaires that you receive first will be the jurors most likely to be in the line of fire, so to speak. Because once we have enough jurors, we'll stop. So that's the plan. Anybody have any concern with that?
No, sir.
No concerns, thank you.
Technically, under the rules, you are entitled to watch the scramble process, which literally involves the jury commissioner hitting a button. I don't know if any of you want to be there for that.
No, thank you.
We'll waive our presence for that, Your Honor.
Very well. I do want to stress the security and confidentiality of the juror questionnaires, as I'm sure you're aware pursuant to Criminal Rule 23. Those are extraordinarily confidential. The copies that you receive will be, we'll maintain a copy, obviously, for appellate purposes. The copies you receive will be returned. The defendants, they're supposed to be essentially attorney's eyes only. I'm fine if you both agree to allow an investigator to see, so that they can be doing, whatever online investigation they feel appropriate as you go along. Doing that, in terms of the defendant, his access has to be with attorneys present. In other words, he can't have a copy or whatever to go back with him when he's not with you.
That makes sense, but I have one question for the court. In addition to our investigators, we have 3 that are working on the case. We would request our paralegals be allowed to assist us just with the magnitude of the task. We'd like to have the assistance of our paralegals in organizing and reviewing.
Sure.
And likewise, Judge, we would hope to use our administrative assistants in the process, and they are part of our staff.
Sure, and by court and bar rules, you're responsible for their conduct, and so you'll need to make sure they understand the confidentiality of those questionnaires, and it's really your ticket on the line for their behavior. So that's fine. But I do want to stress that confidentiality, because it is part of what I'm giving the jurors on the instructions, is letting them know that there's a very limited number of eyes that will review this, and that the public never will. So. The plan will be to try to process the first questionnaires. As I said, you'll get them each day and go through them. After 3 or 4 days, we will start to have hearings. Those will be sealed hearings because we'll be going over the questionnaires in detail, in which you folks identify the concerns you have with the questionnaire answers, specifically whether there's a motion or or agreement to strike a particular juror before we ever have to bring them in based upon the questionnaire answer, right? And the idea is to dismiss those who are unlikely to be put on the jury because of either perceived bias, knowledge of the case, or hardship. And so, I think it helps everybody if we are trying to agree to that as much as possible. It's the reason that we are summoning as many people that we are, is so that we can really cut through the chaff and get to the wheat. Any questions about the juror questionnaire process?
Sir.
So the next topic I have is for Dyer, more specifically. Traditionally, the way, as you know, voir dire works in Idaho is the court first does its voir dire, touching on some essentially statutory kinds of bias or knowledge. And then counsel is given that opportunity. And so much of what would be the court's voir dire, I have incorporated into the questionnaire so as to limit my role in actively questioning the jurors or potential jurors. I may follow up on some of the answers given on the questionnaires if I feel there's a need to. But otherwise, the time will be yours. What I intend to do, and I'll get your input on that, is using a model very similar to the model Judge Boyce and I came up with in the Daybell case, bringing in groups of anywhere from 15 to 20 people at a time, having a general session of questioning by the attorneys, approximately 30 minutes aside of those folks, get through challenges for cause or dismissals for hardship, et cetera, of those folks. And then who's ever left over of that group then would be subject to individual questioning by the attorneys. And so the jurors that are left over will be taken to, for example, the jury room and wait in there. And then we'll bring the jurors in one at a time to answer questions from counsel. The goal is, I'm not going to stop you if you're getting important information that needs to be got to, but the idea is after that more group discussion, the individual voir dire will be more for very sensitive topics, also for knowledge they have about the case from media or otherwise, because I don't want them to talk about it in front of other jurors. And then other topics that you sense were too sensitive to talk about in front of the others. Hopefully we can get through each of the individual jurors in 10 to 15 minutes apiece, but we'll play that by ear. We'll see.
Ask a question?
Sure.
So the 10 to 16 people in the general session, is that going to be the court's few questions and then each counsel has general questions? And just to make sure I understand, then whoever's left from there, we pull in and then we talk about case specific information, the media items?
Media items, correct.
Okay. And would you envision that during the time we talk about media items, I can also find out their views on capital punishment?
Yeah, it may be that you are able to talk about that with the larger group to a degree. There may be some who appear sensitive to that and prefer to talk about it outside, and we kind of play it by ear. So it's not a subject I'm going to forbid from being discussed in front of the larger group. And you'll have limited time with the individual. So, you need to balance how you're going to use that time.
We may have to see how it plays out, Your Honor, but in my view, talking about the views on capital punishment is fine in a bigger group. My preference would be to be able to get the media items, people that aren't going to make it, to let them go before we do that. I think it would save time to have them gone before we do the capital punishment views. If we know they're not coming, they're not going to stay because of media coverage and those kind of beliefs and views, it makes more sense to have them go before we start talking about something else. My concern is the amount of time and that the media coverage items might find their way into a discussion of capital punishment.
Well, I will make it clear to the jurors that they're not to discuss anything they may have heard in the media during that general session. And we'll play it by ear. If it's not working, we can change it, right? So let's, and this is very similar to the way Judge Boyce had done it. I think it worked well. They got a jury fairly quickly. Now, as much as the attention was in that case, obviously this one seems to have more publicity. But I think that handling it with first going through the general, because we're going to lose people based on hardship, based on, have they made up their mind? Yes, right, kind of stuff. And so we don't even need to talk to them. And then we can get into the issues, or they may, simply give a view of capital punishment and that one that it's clear that they're not qualified either one side of the coin or the other. But if you want to deal more, if they're hedging or you're sensing some concerns, you can use that follow-up time in individual session to follow up on that rather than trying to do that in the public session. Any questions about that, just in terms of how the questioning will go? So my intent in terms of public access to the voir dire process is that during the group session, victims and defendants' family will be present. A small number of public seats will be available. And then it will be streamed to a larger room in the courthouse for anyone else in the public that wants to watch. It will not be broadcast outside of that closed circuit. Because then I lose control of the recording in the event that a juror's identity is revealed. And then I get all the internet sleuths out there trying to figure out who everybody is. And I want to protect the juror's privacy as much as possible in that regard. And so this does allow for a public access is the right, but also allows the court to tightly control that process. And then the individual voir dire will be counsel and the defendant only. And there'll be no stream.
Potential jurors' faces and names obviously won't be broadcast.
Correct. The faces will not be broadcast, and you are to only use their scramble number as their identity throughout this. So they will never, you will never speak their name, nor will I or the court. It'll only be by that scramble number, and the camera view will not show their faces.
The juror number by which we'll name them, will that be on them, or does this court use paddles so that their numbers can be held up when we want
They'll
to
have a
extract?
laminated paper, like 8x10 paper that has cardstock laminated that has the number on it. And it'll be the scramble number, not their original reporting number. My goal is to try to get through 4 panels a day, which may not seem like it's much, but I know from the prior trial that they struggled to get 3 a day. So my goal is to try to get to 4 a day, but I want to get to at least through 3 panel a day. The plan would be is once we get through the number of jurors we need to sit, including alternates and peremptory challenges, plus a few extra in the event something changes before the time we exercise the peremptory challenges. Once we get that number, let's say that number is 50, that's where we would stop and then go to the peremptory challenges. that make sense? Any questions about that?
Just to clarify that I understand it, we'll get enough people that we get 50 that have not been challenged for cause and then
That have been
exercise
passed for
peremptories.
cause, correct. So once you get that, if you will, struck panel, then we will exercise the peremptories. With respect to the number of jurors, prior to Friday, I had intended to use 6 alternates, and after Friday, I intend to use 8 alternates for a total of 20. That's about the maximum that I can fit into the jury box that we intend to use. So that number, 20 plus strikes, which would be 12 strikes apiece pursuant to rule, gets us to, I think, 44. And so the plan would be to get, 50 to 55 that have passed for cause to bring back for the peremptory challenges in the event that we lose somebody for some reason in between. Any questions about that process? Okay. So, and then when we're exercising the challenges, what I do is I give you a time limit geared to the number of peremptories that you have. So here, for example, you have 12 peremptories, give you each 30 minutes to exercise those. And it's a chess clock. So while the paper is with you, your clock is running. And once you hand it to the bailiff, it stops running and the other side starts running. Once you reach your 30 minutes, absent some showing of something happened outside your control, then your peremptories are over. Now, that's usually I give 1 minute per peremptory in the typical trial. I'm giving you far more than that here. It shouldn't take that much time, particularly with the number of people that you have keeping track of everything. If you both pass on a round, or let's say the defense passes at the end of round 4, and then the state passes at the beginning of round 5, that ends the use of peremptory challenges, because you both have said to me, by passing consecutively, there's nobody that you want to strike. So understand that that rule as you go in. After the panel is selected, the jurors and the alternates, which the alternates won't be determined until deliberations, when by lottery, who's ever left will be determined to be the jurors, and the alternates, those who are drawn by lottery to be an alternate. But that group of jurors, and so the 20, will be taken to another location in the courthouse. I will briefly meet with them, simply to introduce to them the people that will be talking to them, which will include the trial court administrator, the jury commissioner, and Judge Cawthon, who will be acting as it relates to this case as the administrative judge during the trial, to help them understand the process that we will use for juror security, for juror privacy, for reporting, and all of that, to answer any questions they have about that process, so they know where to go to ask questions about the process, and sort of, if you will, onboarding them. Counsel won't be at that, nor will I, other than to introduce the people. And then I will leave so that I don't inadvertently hear anything that I shouldn't hear on my own. I want to stress the importance of no contact with the jurors in any way by you, your staff, your witnesses, anybody affiliated with the case. And so they need to be instructed as to that. So if the juror, if you happen to see a juror somewhere else in the courthouse or at the grocery store or at the coffee shop, you're not to even engage in pleasantries. Turn tail and run the other way as fast as you can. If you have any contact with the juror, you need to report it immediately to myself and to opposing counsel so we can then make any inquiry that we need to. I issued yesterday an order in this case regarding sort of the rules of the road for those attending the trial, as well as an administrative order that I imagine will be on the court's website here if it's not already, outlining some of that as it relates to outside the courtroom. So my order in this case relates to the courtroom. The order as I signed as administrative judge relates to the courthouse at large. Make sure you have reviewed that and make sure your team understand that. There will be portions of the building that will be off limits to the public and to you. So make sure you understand that as well. I think I told you when you were here to look at the facilities, it's important that we know where it is you intend to stay as soon as possible, as well as any witnesses you put up, et cetera, so that to the extent that we ultimately may need to sequester jurors, which once it goes to deliberation, we will have to at a minimum, that we steer you away from whatever series of hotels that we've reserved as potentially available for us to use, that you're not there. So let the staff know if you intend to stay at a hotel, if you intend to put witnesses up at a hotel, you intend to have staff stay at a hotel. Let us know where that's going to be. You will each be assigned a conference room outside the courtroom, and you'll be given a key to it that you may lock each day, that nobody, including janitorial staff, will have access to, where you can keep your papers and files if you'd like, or other materials, and to use to meet with witnesses, et cetera, as we go along. All right, before we turn to the trial itself, any questions about the jury selection process or the jurors?
No, sir.
No questions, thank you.
So the trial itself, the plan is to go from Monday through Friday with the session with the jury beginning at 8:45 each morning and ending at 3:30. Once we hit a sequestered phase, whether that be, for example, in a penalty phase or earlier in the case, should it become necessary, I will likely extend the hours of the trial to fill up the jurors' days. Part of the reason to give some time at the end of the day is so that they can do the errands of life that they need to do. But if we are hosting them, so to speak, we don't have to worry about that. And I'm sure they'd rather have their day taken up moving forward on the case. So that is the general plan. Counsel and the defendant dressed, ready to go at 8:15 each morning. From 8:15 to 8:45, if there are issues to discuss, that's when we will do them before trial starts. As I encouraged you when I first started this morning about this, this would be a really good time to discuss anything that you've just uncovered that might be an issue in the case. We will likewise have a period at the end of the day from 3:45 to 4:30-ish to similarly address issues that may be coming up the next day or in the near future. At this time, I do not intend to have trial on October 2nd and 3rd. Because of a previous commitment that I have. I talked to you before about potentially being gone on the 14th and 15th. As of now, I've been able to make alternate plans. So for now, you should plan on being here for trial on those days. Holidays that I could spot quickly on the calendar include September 1, October 13, and November 11. So those are holidays for which there would be no court, with the exception that if we are sequestered, we may have trial, and we'll address that as we go. Because I can't send jurors home for the holiday, and so we might as well use the time. Any questions about that trial schedule? Okay. All right, in terms of special needs that you may have for trial, I'm assuming there's no need for us to have interpreters for any witnesses.
No, sir.
And then technology needs, be sure that you make sure whatever technology you intend to use works in the courtroom in which we will be. The best way to do that is to contact Ms. Barrios, the trial court administrator, and reserve a time to come down and try it out. I also suggest that you use on your team somebody that is far more technologically savvy than certainly I would have been in your shoes. Perhaps you are, but it's important to have your own IT kind of person there to deal with any issues that may come up. If you have litigation presentation software, and it's not, I might get a short recess of a few minutes to work it out, but if it's after that, we're just going to move forward and you'll have to figure out something else to use. So it would behoove you to have staff there that can deal with that. Likewise, in the event that something comes up last minute and there's a need to redact some portion of audio or video or other presentation, that you have somebody there that can do so quickly and knows how to do so quickly. And I would encourage you to plan ahead to have alternate versions of such things so that if there is a concern that's unresolved going into it, you have version A and version B you can use depending upon what the outcome of that may be. Any questions about technology? In terms of what we provide, it will be a overhead, what we call the Elmo device, which is the device where you set a piece of paper down and it projects onto the screen. And then we have a HDMI link for your computer to present whatever you want to from your computer. That's it. That's our technology. So anything beyond that, you'll have to bring. All right. Let's talk about seating in the courtroom, counsel table, and the trial broadcast. Each side, I think when we toured the courtroom, each side will have two counsel table kind of put together, which should give you, depending on how closely you want to sit together, anywhere from 4 to 5, maybe 6 seats at that table to use how you wish for yourself and your staff, and in the defense's case, the defendant. As I also indicated, I would provide a small table behind defense because they're not really as close to the bar as the state would be. a table behind you where you can have staff, 2 to 3 staff members. The state will have some room behind the bar, directly behind them for its staff. What I need from you are numbers. Understanding the space that you have in the well. How many seats do you need? How many seats are you requesting and how many seats do you need are two perhaps different issues. But in terms of requesting, this does not include, for example, the victim's family or the defendant's family, but for staff. So apart from the 2 or 3 seats behind you, I'm assuming that's enough for you. For the state, likewise, 3 seats, 4 seats.
We should be able to make that work, Judge.
In terms of reserve seating for the victims, it will be for those statutory victims that was agreed to by the parties. And for the defense's family, it would be those 4 members that were identified in terms of reserve seating. What I would like to do, though, is I suspect that it's maybe that everybody won't be at trial every day. And so what I would like, excuse me, is for those that have reserved seating, in particular the victims, and I should point out I am going to reserve 2 seats for the 2 surviving roommates who are technically victims of the burglary. I don't know whether they would have any desire to be here. I suspect not, given the way they've been treated in the media. But if they do, that they would have seats available. But anybody who has reserved seats, I'm asking that they notify the trial court administrator what their plans are for each week. So if you tell me you're not going to tell the TCA, I would like to know, for example, we're not going to use 3 of the seats on Tuesday. So that we know, so that we can make those seats available for the lottery system, or it's not technically lottery, it's a first come system on a computerized basis. But if we don't hear from you and you haven't made arrangements, we will assume that you don't intend to be here. So it's important that each week you let the trial court administrator know. She'll give you an email address if you contact her, where you can send an email to tell us whether you'll need all of your seats or not that week, and which days you won't. That goes for both the victim's family and the defendant's family. Right now, the plan is, and this is subject to change, to have a reserved seating, I don't want to say reserved seat, a seat selection process by which people can go to a website each day and at a certain time, and it's kind of like buying concert tickets, indicate a desire to have a seat, and the first X number that are available that get through will have a seat. It will be necessary to bring identification to show that you are who you are, or are who you say you are, to get into the courtroom. Again, that may be subject to change. I think the intent is for Judge Cawthon to have a town hall meeting with media in June at a date to be determined later, to go over sort of what that process looks like, so so the media is aware, and so that then it gets publicized to the general public that would want to be here. My intent at this point is to allow a stream of the trial proceedings controlled by the court to be run on the court's, where if anybody's watching today, where it would be today on the court's broadcast page. The views will include council table, the podium, the witness stand, and the bench. There will be no production of the video, meaning there'll be no close-ups and zoom ins and zoom outs and things of that nature. It'll be the static views.
Before the court goes further, when we're talking about the reserved seating for families in the courtroom, if we have some other members of Mr. Kohberger's family that travel and want to attend the trial, can we request an extra seat for a day for them?
Yeah, we probably be able to accommodate a few days here and there, but seating is going to be very limited, right? And so I don't want to extend that beyond the immediate family as a general rule, but if there's a specific day or two where there are going to be a couple other folks in town, talk to the trial court administrator and she'll see what she can do.
In addition to that, we have one other person on our team that would like to have sit with the victim or with Mr. Kohberger's family. It's not somebody who would testify. So if we could have 5 seats, it's somebody who will just assist them, as the media might try to talk to them
Sure.
a lot.
All right. I don't have a problem with that. I'm assuming the victim witness coordinator will want to be there as well. So,
And Your Honor, as the court is aware, we have, unlike most cases, we have multiple victims here. So we will have multiple victim coordinators to work with separate families. We will coordinate that with Ms. Barrios' office to let her know.
are you talking about one per family?
Hopefully not like that, but we're
Thank
going to need to split at least, we're going to need to have at least 2 separate groups.
All right, let's try to keep it as limited as we can, just because seats are at a premium. But
Yes, understood.
Right.
Your Honor, may I also ask the court in regard to the live stream from the witness stand? I believe that we mentioned this, at least in passing, in our trial brief. State anticipates that we may have witnesses who, for reasons the court articulated about the other 2 victims, surviving victims, that public live stream where their images could be captured and played games with in the media world. Is it possible for the video of that live stream when they testify to be shut off and just have the audio? We also may have a small number of law enforcement witnesses who also do covert work, and broadcasting their images publicly would be desirable. We will advise the court. We've asked the agencies to identify anybody in that capacity and to specify the basis, which we'll bring to the court. I just wanted to give Your Honor a heads up.
Your Honor, this case is very high profile, and we've had people who have expressed reluctance to talk to us and being willing to testify for similar reasons. I did have a chance to speak with the state this morning, and we agreed that what we'd do is take a look at our entire witness list and try to figure out people that might be more sensitive to having their video camera on their face while they testify. And we may approach the court with a stipulation for certain numbers of them.
well, my intent would be with respect to victims, and I've already indicated I think the 2 roommates are victims. There is a compelling interest to protect them. And so just as typically when media is present, they're not permitted to photograph or video victims that may be in the courtroom. If the victim requests it, their face will not be shown during the broadcast. In terms of those that work covert, I gotta see where the parties land on that. If they weren't covert in this case, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to think about that, and you may have to convince me, because I think there is public interest at play here. And so we'll talk about it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
And as for anyone else, you're going to have to really convince me because of the public's right. And their hesitancy can be overborne with a subpoena. And that's what subpoenas are for. So I'm probably disinclined to do that in general for other witnesses. As you can see, I'm even hesitating with people that may have a line of work that is undercover if they weren't undercover in this case. So other folks who may be shy, probably I'm going to have to weigh heavily the public interest there.
Your Honor, I wonder if the same could be accomplished with a room where there could be a feed for certain bits of testimony to a larger group. And it's still a public open courthouse, and live streaming something that gets captured for millions of viewers that lives on for a very long time might be different. And I can work with the state and then give the court a little bit more on that, but off the top of my head, that's what I'm thinking.
It's going to have to be a very compelling reason to do it. So aside from victims, you know, while we are open in the sense that the people in the courtroom, the likelihood is we can't fit everybody in there that wants to be in there. And if I start not broadcasting the testimony, the full testimony of people who would otherwise prefer not to, that's going to fill up, that's going to be a large number quickly. And the best way that we have to ensure that the public is accepting of whatever verdict may be reached in this case is for the public to have the ability to see the evidence. So I'm not saying no, I'm just saying you're going to have to really convince me.
Thank you.
All right, any questions about either the seating or broadcasting besides what we've talked about?
No, sir.
All right, let's move to then opening statements. Let me start with what you've probably figured out by now. I am not tolerant of argument during opening statement. So if somebody is arguing and there is an objection, it will be sustained. Please don't do it. What I would like you to do is, you know, by about the time that we're meeting again to select jurors, let me know what you estimate the time you need for your opening is. I will then look at that request and give you a time allotment based on consideration of that request. Each side will be given the same amount of time, and then I will hold you to it. In other words, if you tell me it's going to take an hour, I'm not going to tell you you only have 30 minutes, right? But if you tell me you want 5 hours, I might have some questions about that. But if you tell me you need an hour and I give both sides an hour, in about an hour, you're going to hear me say, counsel, you've got 5 minutes left. Use of exhibits or potential exhibits during opening statement. Because exhibits are not pre-admitted, even if stipulated to, there has to be an agreement to show the exhibit during the opening. Hopefully you both work together knowing what is coming in and isn't coming in, particularly where there's an agreement that something's coming in, you know, other than spite, there's no good reason to not agree to it because the shoe will be on the other foot, so to speak, down the road. So courteous typically pays off with reciprocal courtesy. So work together on that. But technically, if it's not admitted, which nothing is by the time of opening, and there's an objection to using it, I would likely sustain it. For that reason, it's important that you, if you're going to use, for example, like a PowerPoint or something like that, that you share that with the other side at least 72 hours in advance so that they have a chance to review it and then work out any concerns they have and lodge any objections that can't be worked out with me, 48 hours in advance, so that I can then look at it and make a determination. If I haven't given you a ruling by that time and you're coming into openings without yet having a ruling, I suggest you have more than one version ready to go. One that is anticipates the objection being overruled and one that anticipates it being sustained. Let me reiterate again, please do not argue during opening statements or in voir dire, I should mention as well. Make a request at the beginning of your opening to enter the well and it will be granted. However, an invitation and permission to be in the well is not permission to invade the personal space of jurors. So understand that and stay a few feet back, at least from the bar of the jury well. If you are going to use a PowerPoint or some other presentation, you need to choose at the beginning of your presentation whether you want the lights on or off, and they will remain that way throughout your opening rather than turning them on and off again. So I suggest you do a dry run based on what the light looks like at that time to see what that looks like, to see if you want it on or off. Any questions about openings? All right. Next, I have witnesses. Before we do that, let's take a break. We'll take 10 minutes and I'll be back. All right.
All rise.
Wow. Okay, give me 1 second. I want to try this here. Let me flip over here. Let's see if this works. There we go. A new little different screen that we can try.
That's good.
Yeah, just let's see how good chat shows up. I don't know. Let me see if I can I'll just leave it like that for right now. Man, this is crazy. The prosecution refers to it as a dollhouse, and then Bill Thompson wanted to make sure everything was clear that no, it's not a dollhouse. That's not how the court should label it or whatever. I thought that was kind of interesting. You're the one that called it a dollhouse in the first place.
I feel like somebody referred to it as Bill's dollhouse, and you realize that doesn't sound okay.
So yeah, it should be considered a model. It's going to be a physical model, obviously, which they had multiple teams go in there and do the 3D imaging for it. And so I'm surprised, like Dateline did a hell of a job. I put a video out there of just the clips of their model of the house, so definitely check it out if you haven't seen it. Actually, here, I'll play it. But it was kind of interesting because it's like, wait a minute, Dateline has this beautiful model of the house, and why wouldn't they have some kind of model like this that's going to be shown in the background? Here's the link for it if you want it. Like this right here, but you're going to have the jury. Like, what is this little teeny house? You're going to use like a little poker stick and be like, yeah, right here and right here and right here, and it's like, I don't know. That seems weird to me. You're going to rely on that for the jury?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm already suspicious about the fact that, you know, they've had this back and forth about whether or not it's to scale or whether or not it's actually even accurate. Something like this obviously would have been a lot better, but
I mean, they got to have something like this, but if you're going to like talk about, you know, don't you want to give something like, I don't know, just a little house? I mean, that just, you already see how messed up that they tore down the house. Even with Kevin Fixler in Courtroom Confidential last night, they were even talking about, like, no, it should have never even been tore down in the first place. So the fact that they're delegating it to this minimal experience for the jury, you're right, Aaliyah. It's just how they do things. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I was trying to explain last night in that episode. Like, if you really research Latah County and the prosecution and how they go about these cases when it comes to this minimal evidence, this is what they do. And then also they were probably expecting Kohberger to sign some kind of plea deal very quickly, like they do and expect, and they usually do. Like I said, if you research their cases, you'll see there's a lot of plea bargains because they just throw an ungodly amount at these people and say, look, we have you. You know, we got your DNA on a sheath. We have you. Even though that's not the item that committed the crime, like as Yoli says, that's what they were expecting, and Kohberger's like, no, I'm not doing it.
yeah, and I think he is somebody who understands the system a little better than average as well. So he can, I suppose, in a professional capacity, sort of see through a lot of what they're doing. He's probably like read about it in other cases. So he at least has that background to be able to be like, no.
Well, in the fact that you know, that when it comes to what little what they've shown so far, which should be a lot more, you know, it's what it was. We're just like these whole sources, right? The sources close to the investigation that has been mentioned from before even Kohberger was arrested. I've always felt like it was one person in that investigative team. It was one person's job to send out information to the public, whether that's through News Nation, whether that's through Howard Bloom, whether that's through Steve G, whether that's through Dateline. I mean, even the timing of Dateline's episode, shortly before the jury selected, so the jury, any potential jury members would see this right before they're going to get selected.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know?
this is in everybody's mind now, you know, and I mean it's extremely one-sided. They've done little odds and ends to make it seem like they have some kind of, you know, depth in showing the other side, but it's really not. It's not. And like I agree with you, the timing is very strategic.
For sure. Especially with like the people that they had on that episode besides Howard Bloom and Brucato.
Mm-hmm.
The people that they had on there, they're witnesses of Kohberger. What really did they say or show that linked him to this crime? You have the girl that says that she got creeped out by a very respectful text message. You have the girl saying she got creeped out, and before she even starts to go talk about the text messages and how she's creeped out, she's already telling you, well, it was just completely normal for a PhD student and all this other stuff. And so you're like, okay, but you're saying a text message is really creepy. Well, in fact, if you look at the text message, I think it's pretty respectful compared to what a lot of women's, you know, their experience nowadays. And then also when it came to the other people, yeah, he was walking up hiking at night. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, you got the dude with the 2 freaking haircuts. You know what it's like, which one are you interviewing here?
Yeah, exactly.
The 2 different haircuts. But when you listen to every one of their stories, there was, yeah, he was just a little odd. How many people have we ran into that are a little odd?
Yeah, I mean, the majority of the people that I think they spoke to for that were quite irrelevant, honestly. And some of them, I felt like they just wanted to be seen, and they just wanted to be like, you know, just say something. I want to be on Dateline.
Yeah.
So
yeah, to get. I mean, you got this guy like with the long hair, DJ,
PhDJ.
Yeah, PhD. Like,
yeah.
Really? Like, yeah, it was a bunch of people that just wanted their face shown, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So really the only people, like the only thing, and that's just to further the narrative. Yeah, he was creepy. You know, other than that, what really did that even have? They didn't have any photos. They didn't have any videos of him there. The lady, she put her phone number in his phone. Then you got the coworker, the interest where, you know, Kohberger's the one that backed away from her, but yet she got creeped out by him.
That's very strange. Yeah.
How does that make sense?
There is something not very right about that story with her. I mean,
well, she didn't even want to come forward. She didn't even want to be on the interview. She didn't even want to respond to what they were talking about, which makes me think, oh, they just were going off stuff that Bloom was reporting.
Yeah, they were. And also, like, I don't want to, because, I mean, I don't really know what happened, and I don't want to sound like I'm being mean about her, but if you're interested in somebody and they are not interested back, like, how upset are you going to get that you're just going to go and maybe start saying things? Because a lot of what she's putting out what Blum's putting out for her doesn't really make a whole lot of sense in terms of how that would even happen. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't, you know. He backed away from you, and then you got creeped out. So, and if he backed away from you, do you really honestly think that he's watching you eat cereal in your underwear? I'm just being honest. And then
I know.
also, ladies, like this is like awareness 101. This is awareness 101. And if you're not more aware than this, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? I really don't. Ladies, if you have a guy that helps you set up a security system and you don't have him show you how to change your password, and you don't change your password while he's showing you and have him look away and put in your own damn password, I feel sorry for you. You should be way more aware than that. I'm just talking common sense here.
Mhm.
This isn't fucking grade school. So to sit there and be like, oh, well, I had him come set it up and let him set up the password. Like, come on now. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Be more aware. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't even have to say this to somebody. You shouldn't even have to say McDonald's coffee is hot. It's hot. It's hot. You know it's hot.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. And I don't know. There's something about her. It's like the lengths that she's saying he went to, when at the end of the day they've already admitted he wasn't that interested in her, doesn't make sense. So
Wow.
I almost feel like she was really just upset about that.
I really feel like the reason she didn't want to be part of the Dateline episode is because she didn't agree with what. I really feel like Howard Bloom is the one that exaggerated all of that. Just being honest.
Yeah.
I really feel like Howard Bloom is the one who's exaggerated all that, and she's scared. That's why she didn't want to be on there. Because think about it. If she really felt, they showed her photo. Everybody knew what she looked like. If she didn't, basically like this, if she really felt that way, if she really felt like all of these things took place and she wasn't being heard and all that, then why wouldn't she have shown up to the Dateline? Right?
Right.
If she really felt he was creepy and did all these things, then why wouldn't she want to show up to the Dateline and say, yes, it was creepy. Yes, these things happened. I really feel it was because Howard Bloom put out some shit and she's too scared to go out in front of the whole world and tell people that it's not true, because then the negative backlash that she's going to get, like she's some liar, when really it's the same thing that happened with Kathleen Ramslin. Except Catherine Ramslin had to put out a statement. She could be a witness, but I don't see it. I don't see it happening. I don't. Because think about these other people. Don't you think about it. Don't you think? Because it's the same thing. Don't you think the girl that got the text message from Kohberger would be just of an equal witness as the girl with the security camera? I think they would, because where's their proof that Kohberger, does she have proof that Kohberger logged into her security camera? No. Does she have proof that he stole a letter? No. It's all suggestive. Everything that was stated, other than the fact that he came and helped her hook up the security camera, and the fact that they were co-office, whatever, that's already documented, proven. Everything else is suggestive. Just like the girl that says, yeah, I got a text message, but it was creepy. It's suggestive. It really is. It's suggestive. Just like, yeah, I think he watched me in my underwear eating cereal. That's suggestive. Yeah, I think he stole my letter. That's suggestive. It's all suggestive. So she cannot be more of a witness than the girl that had the text message. So if the girl that had the text message is showing up to Dateline, well, then, you know what I mean? Like, all of these things, it's like, well, why wouldn't this have taken place? The only thing I can come up with is that she's scared, and that what was put out there from somebody else is not completely true, and she's scared.
Yeah, and I mean, if it is coming via Howard Blum, then, you know, he's adding his own things to it as well.
Look at what he did with Ramsland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
I mean, and he's out here talking on all these shows, national media and social media, on all these shows, talking this, and has been for the last couple years. All these shows he's been on talking about all this stuff, and it's like, okay, now we found out that you're a fucking liar, dude. We found out that you embellish shit, because all you kept talking about was books on the tell-all while you were gaslighting victims. You're a bullshitter, dude. You're a fucking liar. You make shit up so you can make a dollar bill. Fuck you. And so I guarantee he's the same one that put out this shit. Just like he was the same one that told Banfield that one of the victims' IDs was in the glove box. It's all that source close to the investigation. Now, the one person I do feel is a source that was close to the investigation was Papa Rogers. I don't think it was Kohberger. I don't think it was some weirdo. I really think that it was law enforcement, the same person that it was their job to put out information to the public.
I mean, that would make sense, and that is how they've done things a lot throughout this case, even though they've done it in different ways at different times. I mean, Dateline is an example of that as well. They just needed to, you know, find different ways to do that.
Busby said it's back on. Let me see. I don't see it, though. It says it's on a break still.
I don't see it either. I did see a question earlier about the burglary thing.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that too. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I looked it up a while ago because I was also confused, because where I'm from, you know, you need to steal something for it to be burglary, and where I'm from, the person needs to not be home and somebody needs to enter their home. But apparently, if somebody enters a property with the intention of committing another crime, then that can be considered burglary.
Yeah. And so how are DM and BF victim? What did the killer steal at DM and BF?
So the fact that their property was entered with the intention of committing the unalivings, it makes them victims. Like, it's weird, but apparently it does. Makes them victims of burglary because
their friends were stolen from them. Is that what the wording is then? Because I don't understand it.
So I also kind of don't, but apparently it works that if your property is entered and the person entering it is doing that to commit a crime, not necessarily to steal something, but to commit a crime while they're on your property, then that's considered burglary by FBI standards. I think I can find it again, but it doesn't. They don't have to steal something. Apparently, they just have to enter your property without your.
Yeah, I think they stole the K-bar.
Yeah.
I think they stole the K-bar. Like I said from the beginning, that's why, you know, how could the sheath be tucked under Maddie? I mean, people are still, I can't rehash the same shit 50 million times like other people do on this platform. Seriously. I could have so many fucking videos out if I rehash the same shit over and over and over and over. And there's another question now that's going on. How could the sheath have been planted under Maddie if it wasn't from... Well, duh. Duh. It's been out. You know, and that was my theory, that the killer stole the K-bar from Kaylee as she was trying to attack him back.
Yeah. Okay, wait. Sorry. I
What
do
else
have
could they have stolen?
it's
Uh,
from
a,
the
a picture?
FBI website.
Yeah, if you have
Can
the link, send it to me in private chat and I'll pop it up. Or you can
Okay.
drop it in the YouTube chat if you want to do that, and then I can pick it up from there. But to me,
Okay.
it's like, what did he? What? A light bulb? You know, some underwear? Like, what the fuck are? Like, what? What did they steal? So when I heard that, the surviving victims of burglary, I'm like, well, what the hell did they steal of Bethany and Dylan's? Let's see if it's. Let me check it again. They're still on break. Don't worry, I'm watching it like a hawk.
I'm sending it through to you now. I think I just want to make sure this is actually the FBI website, but it looks like it is. Hold on. I'm working on data, so everything's
Oh, you're
almost...
fine. You're fine. If it's easier, just drop it wherever it's easier, whether it's in YouTube chat or private. But he's at least laying down the laws. Oh, hold on. Caddy has it. Let me see here. Thank you, Caddy. Let's see. Idaho Legislature, Chapter 14, Burglary, Title 18, Crimes and Punishments. Burglary defined. Every person who enters any house, room, apartment, tenant, store, shop, warehouse, mill, barn, stable. They even have to say barn.
Mhm.
Wow. Trailer, airplane, railroad car. I mean, come on. Intent to commit any theft or any felony is guilty. Okay, so the felony crime is committing murder.
Yeah.
So this is crazy. How come I've never heard of other people that go in and commit murder also being convicted of burglary?
Yeah, so that was a question I had a while ago, and I was super confused about it because I thought maybe I just not understanding because it's a different country. And it really, yeah, it turns out if you're entering somebody else's property with the intention of committing another crime when you get there, then that is burglary, and that makes these two apparently victims of burglary because their home was invaded to commit another crime. Yeah, Patty and I did talk about it because I was so confused.
It doesn't make sense, though. Then how come all these other
No.
people, all these other true crime cases that we talk about, there's two things about this. How come we never hear about this burglary shit with all these other killers? Number two, when you have 4 people, we're already talking about a felony. When you have 4 people that were murdered, what do you need the burglary charge for? The dude's going to be going to jail for the rest of his life just on the murder alone. 4 counts. First degree. What?
Well,
Does. Here we
Sorry.
go. Here we go.
Okay.
Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much. Yeah, why would you need the burglary charge? I don't get that. You already got 4 counts of
All right,
murder. So.
We are back on the record. I wanted to, I failed to, when I was talking about the trial schedule, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Lunch will be 45 minutes. Food will be brought for the jurors. We've already talked with counsel about the fact that they can, if they like, elect to also receive the meals the jurors do. They will be charged for that, obviously, and we'll have to pay for that. But for convenience sake, keep things moving. Be sure you let the trial court administrator, Sandra, you or Randy, let Sandra know about that. All right. Moving on to witnesses. By 5 o'clock each day, you need to give notice to the other side, the witnesses that you will be calling that next day. If it's over a weekend, by noon on Saturday. The list should be a realistic one and not everybody on your witness list. And it should be tiered into two. One is the ones that you definitely are going to be getting to. And then if you have time left over, who you would take and in what order. I do like to use the time efficiently, so I don't generally grant the request with if we're normally stopping at 3:30 at 3:10 or so to say when you end a witness, well, can we just stop here? The answer is generally no. Let's use the 15-20 minutes that we have, because in a 3-month trial that adds up at the end of the day. So have enough witnesses ready to go to fill the time. And it's always good to have one or two who you always have at your side. So for example, if the state, a law enforcement officer, who's there, for example, you can call and put on something if worse comes to worse. But I want to make sure we use that time efficiently. With in addition to giving the list of witnesses you're going to call, you need to provide a list of exhibits you intend to introduce with that witness, short of obviously impeachment, so that the other side can look at those. That doesn't include exhibits that you would put in as part of redirect examination. So for example, the defense in the state's case cross-examines on some other exhibits that you didn't bring up, or there are exhibits that you didn't bring up that would explain what the defense brought up. You don't have to give notice of those exhibits. You don't have to anticipate that, in other words. Now, this is not a remedy or a right that I'm likely is going to be resulting in exclusion of evidence. It is something that you're going to have to deal with me if you're not complying with it. And I will figure out something to make sure that you do, although I don't expect it will be a problem. You should know what exhibits you're going to use, and there's no real secret here about what exhibits go with what witnesses. And I say that because there's always going to be leeway where you have an exhibit that you forgot you need to use, or a witness testifies in a way that you now need to use another exhibit. So, there's leeway there, but giving the other side a general idea of the key exhibits that will be used so that they can review those to prepare, I think is fair. The corollary to my use all the time that we have is don't filibuster. I will give an example that I have used, that I have violated my own rule in the past. When I was in your shoes, where I had a young associate handling a witness who the next witness was going to be the client, and we didn't want to get to him that day, and he kept turning around thinking he was done, and I kept going like this, meaning fill up the time. Don't do that. Use the time efficiently, but don't filibuster. I've learned to come as a judge. You sometimes feel like your client is the jury in some ways, right? You want to make sure that that they are comfortable. You want to make sure they are treated with respect, and make sure that things go as quickly as possible for them. And so I've come to respect that. And so I tend to want to make that happen as much as possible. So, don't waste their time, either by having gaps that we can't fill, or by filling it with stuff we don't need to use where we could be going to another witness. The witness, pardon me, the lawyer handling a witness, if that is the lawyer handling on direct or the lawyer handling on cross, is the lawyer authorized to speak on the issues related to that witness's testimony at the time it is being offered? And so that is the only lawyer that's authorized to speak about that witness. So if there is a sidebar, only the lawyers handling the witness need approach. If it's specific to that, if it's more general and I need to talk to more of you, I'll let you know that. But I don't want the whole caravan up here for those discussions. Likewise, please do not stretch the shirt sleeve of the lawyer who is handling it by the other lawyer constantly pulling on their sleeve and writing a note and saying, don't say it, you know. They'll get it, just let them do their job. I'm assuming that there is, based on our prior motions, a agreement, well, I'm assuming at least one of you would like to exclude witnesses pursuant to 615. Because if that's the case, then they will be excluded, generally speaking.
It was the state's expectation that that's what would occur, and that's why we raised with the court earlier on the specific individuals that we've agreed could stay even if they haven't testified yet.
So 615 is one of those rules where if one side requests it, it's granted as a general matter. And so I'm assuming that we're going to be using 615 to exclude witnesses except those excluded by or excused from it by the court. Or you can agree not to use 615.
I want to talk about experts, though.
Right.
Experts being allowed to view other expert testimony.
Correct. Yeah, experts are generally excused from 615 because part of what they rely upon is the testimony of other experts. Part of what they rebut is the testimony of other experts. So experts generally are excluded. The parties, or in the state's case, a designated party representative, such as a lead investigator, is typically excused from it. I've already talked about the defendant's family in another ruling, and crime victims are excluded from it.
I want some further clarification with our experts.
I think you guys agreed that your investigators would be excluded from it as well.
We did make that agreement. I think that may have even been in writing.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just had that thought. I didn't want to lose it.
So that's okay. I know the court has talked before about the live streaming and being mindful that witnesses not watch the trial when they're outside of the courtroom, just like they couldn't inside of the courtroom. What I want to know is with experts who are allowed to be in the courtroom, can those that are far away watch the live stream version if they can't make it to Idaho?
Thompson? Do you have any objection to that?
No, that seems to make sense, Your Honor. And I understood that the court was going to give an admonishment, acknowledgement from witnesses as they appear.
Bailiff, could you provide one of these to each side, please? This is an affidavit that each witness will have to sign, and you hand to me as they are going to the stand when you're called by them, specifically declaring that they have not watched the live stream. This is for witnesses who are excluded or otherwise consumed media about the testimony or evidence presented during the trial. It's not I'm not wed to the exact wording. So if you have wording suggestions, I certainly will listen to them, but that is the gist, is that they will provide such an affidavit each as they come to testify. Any concern with that?
Not with the wording at the moment. A question of clarification, though. If the case should reach a phase 2, does this admonition apply to those potential witnesses for phase 2?
So a witness who is only a phase 2 witness
Only a phase 2.
and they attend phase 1. Is that what you're asking?
If they watch or attend any part of phase 1.
Well, the problem with that is that phase 1 is also part of the state's phase 2 evidence, as is the defense's, right?
Your Honor, I think that would support the need for them to be able to know it if the state's going to rely on things that.
Are you talking about experts?
Experts and possibly lay people too.
Oh, explain to me why lay people should be excluded from it.
I don't think they should be excluded.
So you think they should not be permitted to watch the trial?
I think I've got some double negatives going on. I think that if we get to a phase 2, I don't think that those witnesses have to be excluded from paying attention to phase 1. I think the protection for phase 1 is separate than phase 2 because of the rules of evidence that apply to any phase 2, the lack of them that apply to phase 2, and because the state's going to rely on what was in phase 1. So yes, experts and some potential lay witnesses as well.
Mr. Thompson or whoever wants to address this?
Our initial inclination is to leave that to the court's discretion. I think the whole purpose is to avoid prospective witnesses altering their testimony in some fashion based on what they've seen going on in court. That's the danger. I don't know why phase 2 witnesses should be treated any differently than phase 1 witnesses.
Well, what I'm going to do is, I'll give you a chance to each submit something within 7 days in writing on that, and I'll look at it so that you can give me any authority that you might come across related to that issue. Give me a chance to think about it further, and for the two of you to perhaps talk to see if you can understand specifically who you might be thinking of to see if the state has a problem with that. All right. Counsel who calls a witness, unless it's clearly an adverse witness, in which case counsel needs to notify opposing counsel that they have not admonished that witness. But otherwise, counsel is responsible for ensuring witnesses are aware of orders in limine, otherwise clearly off a testimony that is off limits. Make sure they understand, the Rule 615 requirements and the fact that they're going to have to sign an affidavit subject to the penalties of perjury that they have not watched this stuff. So it's your responsibility to make sure that they're aware, because when they don't comply, I'm going to be asking, why did you make them aware? I'm going to, while we were talking about the jury, I failed to give you the juror affirmation that will have to be signed by the jurors each day. Let me give you a copy of that along the same lines. So that is an affidavit each juror will fill out daily, indicating that they have not violated the court's instruction or otherwise been exposed to testimony or information about the case outside of the trial itself. If I exclude evidence and you need to make an offer of proof, the opportunity to do that generally is when the jury, when we're not working with the jury, such as the morning session or the afternoon session, so that you can make that record as best as possible. So that can be done typically by simply making an oral reference to what the witness would have testified or what the evidence would have shown had it been admitted. Okay, let me, I think the rules are pretty clear, but some judges may have more leeway than others about objections. Let me explain to you what my expectations are regarding objections. So objections to questions or exhibits should be stated simply and without argument. It should not be a speaking objection. So for example, an objection, a proper objection might be, for example, objection hearsay. Objection foundation requires a little more. As you're probably aware, there's case law that is an insufficient objection. You have to identify what is missing from the foundation as part of your objection. If you think that doing so would put information in front of the jury that you're not certain I'm going to allow, please ask to approach. I tend to be a rather quick on rulings, on objections. I've been known to, testimony objection overruled, sustained immediately, without even giving you much of a chance to express your concern greater, because I can usually anticipate what the potential issue is and whether or not it's an issue. That said, if you think your ox has been gored and you need to address the issue more, either to have a record or in order to perhaps convince me that I'm maybe looking at it differently than what you anticipated or than I should, please just ask to approach, and then we can have a discussion here at the bench about that. If you need to make a further record for any reason on an objection or in response to an objection, simply ask to approach and we will have that discussion. I'm sure by the end of the trial, we'll have to replace the carpet from the trail leading from counsel to the bench, but that's fine. As I've shown you before, the court reporter will have a device like this that will allow her to hear through her earphones what we're saying. There will be white noise that's played in the courtroom so the jury and others cannot hear what we're talking about. There will be a physical barrier that blocks most of the view of the jury from what we're talking about at the bench that's rolled out so that they can't see. And we can have fairly fulsome whispered discussions here at the bench about that, whatever the issue may be. I have found in, doing this for far longer than I care to remember that when I send the jury away to hear argument on an objection, what might take 3 minutes to have the argument on takes 12 to 15 minutes to get the jury back again. And then we lose a lot of time throughout the day that way. And so my preference is as much as possible to have those discussions here at the bench. Now, if it's a very significant issue that requires much more leg room, so to speak, to talk about it, then I will chase them out of the room, but I prefer not to handle the more routine stuff. One of the things about, I've had counsel before who confuse the idea of the need to make a record with the need to get my ruling and then offer a rebuttal to it. That is not making a record. That is making a rebuttal. And at least until it goes over to State Street, I get the last word and not you. And so I don't generally afford that opportunity. So if after I rule and you tell me you need to make a record, it truly needs to be a record on something that for some reason you were unable to make when you had the opportunity to do so, and not simply to see what my ruling is and then try to pick it apart. I will reiterate what I started with is I don't like surprises. If you anticipate an objection or you anticipate objecting to testimony you certainly know is coming, let's talk it over before the witness hits the stand, before the jury's in the box, so that I have as much time as possible to be prepared so I can give you as best a ruling as I can, and so that you can make as best an argument as you can. If you anticipate the potential impeachment of a witness by prior testimony, whether that's grand jury testimony, whether that is transcribed witness interviews, whatever it might be, please get that to me before the witness hits the stand, and preferably towards the start of the trial, so that I have that available so I can have read it before the witness testifies, so that when you then ask to either impeach or to refresh recollection or whatever it might be, I will have read that testimony. Don't be mistaken in your belief that I have all that testimony. If it, for example, happened with Judge, I don't necessarily have all those transcripts, so get them to me. Or if I do, they're in one of 100 boxes somewhere back there.
Your Honor, if they've been supplied with exhibits and the purpose was just for that, will that be enough for the court, or should I have an extra transcript at the start of the day if I think I need it on paper for it?
So let me know as far as advancing possible, and I will have staff look for that. But otherwise, it's probably safest just to provide me an actual copy of it.
Thank you.
While I'm thinking of it, because I'm in my mind envisioning the materials from grand jury that we have here, the state did file a motion to get back its exhibits for use at trial. I assume there's no objection to that?
No objections.
All right. Mr. Thompson, if you may make arrangements with staff here to get those while you're here, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I assume you have replacements you have or will get to me for those.
And actually, we had a procedural question we were going to ask the clerk. I'll ask Your Honor.
Clerk probably knows better than I do, but I'll go ahead and try.
We can do one of two things. We can either get together a set of photographs or copies of the exhibits and exchange those for the exhibits, or take the exhibits, document them, and then give the clerk what we've documented. We're happy to do it either way.
Well, my only fear is that you take the exhibit and then I don't know what the record is of what it actually looked like. Not to suggest that you would be involved in any chicanery and switching something out, but just trying as best I can to preserve that record.
Understood. So we probably will not pick them
Okay.
up on this trip, but we will make arrangements to have that done certainly well before trial.
Very well.
Thank you, sir.
Speaking of chicanery, I'm not fond, and you folks know that by now, of making accusations against opposing counsel that are not well-founded and supported by specific actual evidence. I know that you can get along, but I also know that over the course of a trial, particularly a long one, tension rises. And so I remind you of that to be professional. Don't talk to each other directly when we're in court, right? When the session's going, everything goes through the court as you know, the protocol with courts generally is. refer to each other by professionally, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Thompson, not by first name, while we're on the record. And again, avoid making accusations that you don't have the tickets for, or the receipts for, I should say. And under no circumstances should you make such accusations in front of the jury. It's a long trial, so as much as I want you to be prepared.
Oh, don't do this again. Hold on one second.
Some flexibility.
Oh.
You may have a local.
Oh, my Lord.
And a witness who's flown in that has.
Sorry about that.
Needs to get out again at the end of the day. And so it may be that we need to stop one witness's testimony to get the other witness in, and then pick the other one up. As long as there's no clear prejudice from that, I'm generally flexible in allowing that so that we can accommodate that. And I ask you to both be accommodating to each other in that regard. All right, any questions about witnesses' testimony?
Just one, it's kind of a takeoff of what the court just mentioned. We have at least one, maybe a couple law enforcement witnesses in particular who have testimony relevant to different stages of the case. And it's our intent, with the court's permission, to call them at different times instead of trying to figure out how to call them once and have them talk about what's going on at this stage of the case and then what may be happening next week with the case. Is that acceptable to the court?
Well, let's start with whether it's acceptable with Ms. Taylor.
Your Honor, I don't know that I have a strong objection or really any business in telling the state how to put on their case. That feels really cumbersome to me. I was hoping for leeway the other way when we would call a witness ourselves, but they're a state's witness. I'd hope to have a little leeway to do all of my examinations so they didn't have to come back. I would otherwise defer to the court.
Certainly, if you're somebody's on your witness list, if you want to go beyond the scope of direct as part of effectively your case in chief in advance, I don't have a problem with that. And so if it's going to save bringing another witness back, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem if it doesn't get too cumbersome. If, you know, if we're having a law enforcement talk about a broad area of one phase of the investigation at a time, that's probably okay. But, you know, having them come up and narrate between every other witness is probably too much. Then the question becomes is how do we handle cross-examination? And basically I will defer to the defense on that, or the other side on that, to the extent that we allow, which is, do you want to cross-examine about the information they just presented now? Or do you want to wait until their last presentation and cross-examine about everything? And so that'll be up to you.
Your Honor, with that said, then I guess I'd request that the state let us know when they call a law enforcement that's for a limited purpose right now, but is coming back for another purpose.
Yeah, they need to let me know that as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
And if you don't let them know that, and, you know, well, either way, it's your responsibility to ensure that they're back at some point available to the defense so that they can cross-examine, even if you decide, oh, I don't need them anymore. You know, you better not send them on an airplane somewhere where they're unattainable, because the remedy may be to strike all of their testimony as a starting point.
We would anticipate asking court and counsel if this witness may be excused if we're finished with them, and then I would give Ms. Taylor or other counsel an opportunity to let us know whether they still need that person.
Okay. Likewise, when you look at each other's witness lists, talk with each other and then get it in writing so we have it as to whether or not, for example, Ms. Taylor will need subpoenas to witnesses you have on your list that they want to also call, or if the other way around, you need subpoenas for their witnesses, or whether they will essentially agree to make them available. Anything else with respect to witnesses before I move to exhibits? Okay. All right. So I did require a meet and confer for you to go over exhibits, and I got those, and I appreciate the start that you have on those. There are a number of exhibits where appears to be, I can't tell. So for example, there's an objection to, for example, relevance or hearsay. Part of what I wanted to know, though, to start is, regardless of whether it's ultimately admissible for those reasons, is there an objection to authenticity? In other words, I want to make the trial go as quickly as possible, avoid the need to put on a bunch of witnesses simply to say, this is what this is, and they don't really have any substantive discussion about it. They're just authenticating a document that, if we were to be honest, there's no dispute that it is what it is. And so I may have you go back and look at that and add another column to the list, which is objections to authenticity. Some of the stuff, key actual evidence items, whether that's DNA or whatever it might be. Obviously, the defense is entitled to put the state to its burden with respect to chain of custody and all that. So I don't expect that. But on some of the other stuff, certainly to the extent that we can agree that if there's no good faith basis to contest the authenticity, then let's try to do that for everyone's sake. In that vein, I know the state had to withdraw its request to have certain documents self-authenticated to go back and do more work. Where are we at on that?
Ms. Jennings can speak to that, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I believe that we've submitted all of the certificates of authentication for all the exhibits we plan to introduce that way.
Okay. And you submitted those to the defense to review?
Yes.
And Ms. Taylor, are you going to respond to those?
Your Honor, we did. We met with the state last week, I believe, or the week before, and we discussed some of those records. There were some issues with them. Ms. Jennings provided me with a thumb drive, and I don't know if those have corrections on them, but I'll continue to let the state know what we think, if we continue with an objection or if we're satisfied that the rule's been met.
Okay. If you could get with each other and then provide me I didn't study the exhibits that I got a day or two ago, or the spreadsheet that closely, but make sure I'm aware specifically of which exhibits there is no objection to the self-authenticating, or otherwise not an objection to authenticity. Doesn't sound like we're going to need a hearing on that, at least for the time being, though.
Not that I'm aware of now, but certainly we'll keep our eye on it. I can alert the court, and if we can squeeze it into June 18th, that's possible. Maybe we
Sure.
can start that at noon.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then I would certainly caution, at least because the state goes first for now, I'll say the state, that, belts and suspenders are good ideas when it comes to trial. So I would have my people I need to authenticate things under subpoena, just in case. Especially if they're out-of-state witnesses, because that's not something you can do overnight. So the methods of displaying evidence to the jury, generally there's 3 ways to do that. One is by putting it on the Elmo and projecting the physical document, whether it's a writing or something else. The other is if it's a writing or something else, using litigation software of some kind to project it through the computer. And the third is passing it through the jury. That last one is the one I want to avoid as much as possible because that just takes too much time. So try to use the other 2 approaches as much as possible. Now, there are going to be some physical objects that it may be important for the jury to see, and I get that. But in general, photographs, things that are in writing.
I don't know why it's doing that, so sorry, you guys. It's crazy. Some people thought that the hearing was over when they took a break.
So oftentimes, and hopefully that's what you're doing, there's an agreement in advance stipulation to admission of exhibits. I generally don't allow pre-admission because what I find is that I admit all these documents that then are never addressed during the course of the trial. And I don't want a bunch of exhibits to go back to the jury that they have no instructions on, that they've had no question and answer with a witness to explain what the relevance of those things are, so that they can just go back and use to justify whatever position they want to have from them. I think that's dangerous. And so the process, if there's a stipulated to exhibit, would be to, just as you normally would, identify it with the witness, or not even necessarily doing that. You're going to use exhibit 6. Witness is on the stand. Just say, Your Honor, I'd like to go over exhibit 6 with the witness. I understand that the defense has no objection to this. Look at you. That's correct. All right. Exhibit 6 is admitted. And then we go from there. On voluminous documents, if possible, try to avoid sending the whole thing back if there's only a small part of it that's relevant. If that's not possible, let's highlight the parts that are relevant and maybe even explain through the witness whether any of the rest of it is relevant, right? So that they know what to look at. In that same vein, if you have a voluminous exhibit and there are, say, 5 or 6 pages from it that are important, what I might suggest is the exhibit be, exhibit 47, and then you have 47A, 47B, 47C as marked exhibits. They go with 47, but they're separate exhibits so that the jury can keep those in mind, and we can keep track of those. It looks like from what I received, the state's using S- number for its exhibits and the defense is just using numbers. Is that accurate?
It is.
Hopefully that won't get too confusing for people. Where we can, what I also suggest is that the defense is going to use as part of its case the same exhibit that the state has used and admitted. Let's not admit another copy of the same thing. Let's just use, so I like to say, the parties don't own the exhibits once they're admitted, the court does. And so there's no proprietary interest there. So if you already have it admitted in the form, just use that exhibit. Okay. I think my staff explained to you that in terms of submitting exhibits to the court in advance, if you would provide 2 copies of the exhibits in notebooks, so 1 copy in one set of notebooks and 1 copy in the other set of notebooks, and try not to make the notebooks bigger than about 1.5 inches each, at least on the copy you give to me, because it's just too unwieldy to use a 6-inch binder up here, or if I need to take it home and read it overnight to do that. So try to keep it to about 1.5 inches per. And then for the actual exhibits that are going to be admitted, provide those first day of trial or whatever to the clerk in each exhibit in a manila folder with the exhibit number marked on the outside of the folder on the tab with the sticker attached inside the exhibit, so that she'll have a box of the proposed exhibits, the originals, and you can ask for exhibit X or whatever, and she'll hand it to you to use. At least for the document exhibits and photograph exhibits. Physical object exhibits, work with the marshals on getting them in the courthouse. So for example, if it's something that's going to raise alarms at the security line, such as, I don't know, a knife, make sure you've got the aid of security in advance to get through that. The TCA can direct you to the marshal service and who to talk to there. We tend to use for dangerous items like guns and knives, a display box that the item would then be locked in to display to the jury. And so that can go to the jury without fear of an accident happening. I don't think there are any guns in this case, so I'm not as worried about that in terms of those being pointed at anyone by accident. But in terms of the knife, will probably be in a display case. If you're going to be using illustrative exhibits, give counsel notice of that as reasonably far in advance as possible for them to have a chance to look at those. Items for which chain of custody needs to be maintained until it's admitted. I'm going to leave that to the state to figure out where it's going to be stored and how it's going to be stored. Whether that's with a sister agency or whether you're going to have the sheriff up there bring down a trailer that can be locked up and kept at the sheriff's here property or something like that. However you want to do that, I'll let you worry about that. For physical objects, also provide color photographs so that we can have those in the record. At the end of the trial, we will likely give back physical objects to law enforcement to maintain. Depending on what it is, we'll see, and depending on what the outcome of the case is. But it's nice to have those color copies available for the record. Triple check all of your exhibits, particularly documents, audio and video, to ensure that there's nothing on there that is not supposed to be on there. Give audio and video to counsel far enough in advance they have the opportunity to determine whether they have an objection to anything in there, and you have the opportunity to either make redactions in accordance with the objection or to get a ruling from me about those redactions. What I don't want is the jury to be sitting in the back room while you all are making redactions at the last minute during the middle of trial. All right, for closings, kind of the same idea. I'll ask in advance for a time estimate, and then if it's reasonable, agree to it, but then hold you to it. A little bit more liberal, obviously on closing than in opening. if you're going to display things in closing, kind of the same light rule goes, which is lights on or lights off, so you'll have to choose. You can move about the well, but don't get in the juror's personal space. The state, when it gives me a time, I will keep track of that. And then for rebuttal, it'll be whatever you didn't use. So when you're giving me estimates, include your rebuttal in that. If you would like time reminders from the court throughout it, for example, if you're planning to keep 20 minutes for rebuttal, you can ask for a heads up at 30 minutes or something like that when you have 30 minutes left. So, just let me know in advance. All right, questions either about closings or about exhibits?
Your Honor, as to the defense exhibits, it would be helpful if they could be separated or at least delineated between which is for the penalty phase and the guilt phase, as the court will see when it looks at our spreadsheet of our responses to the defense exhibits. Some of them, we could see we wouldn't object to them in penalty phase, but we would in guilt phase, and they aren't clearly delineated at this point. If that's something that we could have addressed sooner than not, that would be very helpful.
Any problem with that, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, no problem. We did go over that when we met last week, and I identified which ones were for a phase 2 if we get there. I don't have a problem stating so, but we did make them aware.
Okay, well, maybe if you can just put it in writing so that they have it, that'd be helpful. That way we don't have any misunderstanding between the two of you. Thank you. All right, once you get and revise your spreadsheets based upon what we've talked about today, I'll start about part of what I'm going to do with the time that we have between now and trial is start going through all those, looking at what your objections are, getting my preliminary thoughts together on that. And then we may have another hearing just to kind of go over some of that if I have stuff that I think I can rule on in advance for you, or if I have questions, et cetera, but I'll let you know. All right, anything else before I move on to jury instructions?
Not from us, Your Honor. Thank you.
As far as objections, Your Honor, the court has issued a number of decisions on motions and limine motions to dismiss. From the defendant's trial brief, the defendant indicates that he plans to raise those same objections again at trial. And it strikes the state that if that's going to happen, to preserve the record for no other reason, that should be done outside the presence of the jury, as opposed to interrupting testimony and presentation of evidence on matters that have already been ruled on by the court, if that is acceptable to the court and counsel.
So there's not a need to object again if I've already ruled on the objection. If you're asking me to reconsider, yeah, I think that's something you need to take up outside the presence of the jury, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. And on situations that may arise where we might want the court to reconsider, we'll definitely take that up outside the presence of the jury. I do want to make sure that things such as the model house that was the subject of a lot of objection, that there's a noted ongoing objection to it. I don't mind anticipating that and bringing that up before trial starts and outside the presence of the jury.
And to be fair, I only have what was proffered, right? And so I had a general proffer that the testimony will be that it, as I understand it, that it is consistent with the general layout, but not to scale, and that it would be helpful for the testimony. I don't have a problem with an objection based upon what that proffer is actually at the time. And so I think that's fine. I don't think that there's a need for an ongoing objection once that's done, but that helps.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Jury instructions, I provided to you I think yesterday maybe pre-proof instructions. Did you get those?
I did not receive those.
Have we not sent those out? All right, I'll send those out probably today or Monday. They're not particularly, I think, controversial. They're pretty stock. On the pre-proof, in a capital case, there's a instruction. Normally what we instruct the jury is don't concern yourself with punishment, the subject of punishment. In a capital case, we are supposed to instruct them under 700B of the capital instructions in the pre-proof phase that it is a capital case, which obviously they're going to know through jury selection. So there's that instruction in there. And what I've done is we're also supposed to instruct them with 700C, which is this is a capital case and you'll have to decide if you find the defendant guilty, what penalty to impose. But then 700C says, instruct them in a separate instruction, don't concern yourself with the subject of penalty or punishment in the guilt phase. I've combined those two things together. So take a look at that. I think it reads better than trying to do two separate, potentially contradictory instructions. I think it does it in a way that makes it more understandable. Other than that, they're very, very stock instructions. If there are other instructions that the parties want to be included in the pre-proof, for example, any stipulations that they want me to advise the jury of, let me know by submitting a request and copying my law clerk on that as well. I think you'll probably get before too long a set of post-proof instructions that are very loose in the sense that obviously I can't anticipate everything. It is based on what I sort of understand now. But it's helpful to have a discussion about that as early as possible so that we're all singing from the same hymnal in terms of what the likely instructions are going to be. And, you know, for better or worse, as you know, the Supreme Court in last year, 2024, revised all their capital instructions. And so in light of that, I will be as much as possible sticking with what they have provided, given that it's clear they've obviously given it recent thought. And so I think that best insulates the case from perceived error by the court is by using instructions they've recently given us. My plan would be if there is a guilty verdict on the any of the counts of murder, would begin the penalty phase as soon thereafter as we can. Certainly probably the next day, unless it's, you know, Friday morning when we get that, then we may not start till Monday or something. But given that the jury will certainly be sequestered during that process, the plan would be to go forward. I also will use as much time as I've told you throughout the day to get that accomplished as we can. If that happens and we are in a penalty phase and there is a finding of aggravating circumstances, or then the court's discretion about which penalty to impose is pretty limited in terms of my discretion. In fact, i.e. none. It's either life without parole or death, right? In that case, I just want to get, before we get to that, defense's position on sentencing for the burglary charge, if they have concerns about sentencing at that time as well, given that it's probably not even a tail wag on the dog, let alone wagging the dog. So, but I'm not going to make you tell me that now, but I will ask you before the jury goes out what you want to do. I'm going to hand you another piece of paper that I would like to get back from the defense sometime in late June or early July, which is a declaration of last best offer. In other words, identifying whether the defendant received an offer and whether he has accepted, rejected, et cetera, just so that for purposes of post-conviction, we've documented that. Okay. Let the court reporter know whether you're going to want routinely daily transcripts or not. You don't have to tell her now, but
Daily versus real time.
so there's two options. You can have none, both, or all, or either. One is, I think we can set up real time where you get real time at your table for whatever the charge is from the court reporter for that. Also, there's the potential to get transcripts each day. I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. In other words, you could order both.
There's separate fees if I want both.
Correct.
Yeah, make that decision.
Yes, not now. You may make that as we get close. And just contact the TCA and she will talk with the court reporters that will be assigned to this to make sure you understand what their structure is, or fee structure.
Thank you.
And we obviously need to know particularly about the real time in advance so that we have the technology set up for it. And it may require you to bring some of your own technology in the form of a tablet or a laptop on which it's displayed, right? Because we don't supply the hardware, just the software and the actual reporting. Okay. My plan today, as we sit, is to get through the jury selection. I see where we're at with the intent that we not sequester to start. As I explained this morning, the more people talk to the media and the more things that are in the media that are not admissible, whether true or not, the more difficult it makes things. And so I'm going to have to figure that out as we get close. For now, intent is not to do that, but we will have plans in place to revert to that if we have to at any point during the trial. Do either of you want to make a record about sequestration at this point?
I would say the only record right now is that we understand what the court is saying during jury selection. If we still don't know if that could come up, the potential jurors should just be aware that it could come up prior.
It'll be part of the question that the questionnaire, as well as part of the hardship determination is there some reason they would be unable? I get that they wouldn't like to be, but would there be unable? Do they have a sick family member they care for or whatever, where they have to be home, right? So we'll talk to them about that. Anything from you, Counsel, Mr. Thompson, about that?
Not at this point. I understand the court might entertain some things in a closed environment later today, and we do have some sensitive issues to raise at that point.
Okay. That's my list of things. In fact, did I miss anything, Giovanna, that you can think of? All right. That's my list of stuff. And I know this has been a very sort of nuts and bolts kind of lawyer discussion today, but that's generally the nature of pretrials when there aren't contested motions to discuss. And so that's my list. I'm happy to answer any questions about my preferences or how I handle things that I haven't talked about, or address anything else that you want to talk about. I know we do need to go to a closed session at some point to talk about what will be asked of the jury specifically. I need to avoid that getting out to potential jurors. So we'll do that in the closed session. But anything else in the public session we need to talk about?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Let me just look at my notes real quick before I dismiss the public, and we probably take a lunch break and then come back and take that up. I do have a copy. I told you there's a new administrative order. I'll give you a copy of that just so you don't have to go dig for that. What's that? You've already given it to him? All right, perfect. Thank you.
Error that we could have, Your Honor. That
Sure.
Oh, it's already at hand. Thank you.
Actually, I have copies of the preliminary instructions for you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
In the closed session this morning, I indicated to you I'm going to be entering an order requiring retention of records by the state, and I'm going to write another one extending that to the defense as it relates to violations of the non-dissemination order. I'm going to give you a copy of what that order is going to look like that I will execute likely over the lunch hour. It does require some action on your part, counsel. And as I indicated, I would be open to a request for a appointment of a special prosecutor, and that special prosecutor to ask for a magistrate inquiry so they have the power of subpoena and the power to question witnesses under oath, as well as the power to grant immunity. So I will be looking for that from you. And that one just deals with the state. I will get you one that deals with your side to preserve records, all right? All right, anything else? All right, thank you. Why don't we come back in about an hour, all right?
All right.
You're still muted.
Dude, it's crazy. I'm already seeing it about this other weapon, right? There's okay, I understand how it was worded, okay? I understand that it was worded about a display case and all this other stuff, and I'm already seeing it on social media like, why are they asking about a display case when there was no weapon found, you know, in all caps? And it's like, what do you think they're going to do with a knife that's on a display case? It's to be on display because they're going to have to walk to this jury and they're going to have to say, this is the weapon we think that was used to commit this crime. Here's the real sheath. This will show you that the knife actually belongs to this sheath. It's for display. So if you don't have a weapon, you didn't find a weapon and you're going to trial, and you want the jury to understand the severity, you want the jury to see the weapon in your hand because you want the jury to imagine that weapon in the person's hand as they're committing the crime, which is the reason why they are saying that the knife sheath was part of the crime. You see what I'm saying? And And of course, they didn't find a weapon. They've never found the weapon. It's always been stated. So when you take that information and you put it along with what they say, they have to show the jury something. And it's going to be this, jury, this is not the weapon. This is not the actual weapon that committed the crime, but we want to show you that this sheath right here that we are saying is part of the crime. We're going to use this display knife because we never found the weapon. We just found the sheath, but we're going to be using this display knife to put it in the sheath to show you guys that this is the knife. This is the same model of knife that was used to commit this crime. You see what I'm saying? That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean that's no different to having a model of the scene as well. It's not a big deal.
Just like the model of the house, it's display. It's display. It's crazy. Like these people with these criminal degrees are having these fits on social media about this weapon, and it's like all you have to do is put 2 and 2 together. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's that street smarts I got, Rosie. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is.
It is.
I didn't need to go sit in a class, I suppose. But not to scale. The model isn't even to scale. And this is why I put this comment in the chat. And by the way, whenever I am going to be covering the trial, I am going to have the live chat going like you see here, and you're going to have the trial going, because that way when they are discussing stuff, I don't want to interrupt the audio. I think it's important that we all have the clearest audio possible when they're talking. And so I want everybody to still, because there's conversations we were having throughout the show, and if anybody's just watching it without the live chat replay, they're not going to see all the interesting things that everybody was bringing up in chat. So I will have that probably before the trial. I'm just working with different things. But I put this comment earlier. You had 2.5 years to make a model of the house. You have these 3D scans to get the scale to perfection. And yet this model isn't even to scale? That's a bunch of bullshit. Just like it was the same effort that the University of Idaho and their memorial that they did for the victims. It was all half-assed. A year to the day, when I was out there, a year to the day the crime took place, they only had pegs and yarn. That was it. They didn't even have a drawing. They had a little corner of it that was already done, and it wasn't even completely done. That's the bullshit effort. And that's, I don't know. This right here, okay, something as simple as this house model, to not even get it to scale, you've had all this time. This is going to show you how their presentation is going to be. This message right here, because this is one of the easiest things that you can do to show your side, to give as much information as possible so that they have all the information available at their fingertips to make a decision. And this right here, the effort that they gave with this house model, as simple as it is, it shows you the kind of effort that they're going to have in this trial. I guarantee you, when we watch this trial, they are going to be fumbling all over the place. I guarantee you, because of this right here.
Yeah. And I think that echoes the exact same attitude of not testing the additional samples. It just reflects a very poor effort.
And that it is. It's poor. All of that shit, but that shit's major shit. When you're talking about the simplest, the littlest thing that you had to put effort towards, and that's the effort that you gave, because you want the jury to understand how this crime could have taken place, and it's not even to scale. That shows you they may talk a big game. I guarantee you, and I'm calling it now, we're going to watch this trial and we're going to see the prosecution put on a shit effort when it comes to their version or what they want to present. It's going to be a shit effort. I guarantee you. And I guarantee there's going to be a lot of people who are lawyers or ex-judges or whatever, and they're going to be talking about this prosecution and how in the hell could you not have been more prepared than this? When you see it that small, that's why they say actions always speak louder than words. Because you see the words, oh, we care so much. Oh, we got all this. Oh, this and this. Yes, but then you're seeing all of the actions after the words that are spoken. And that is what always tells you the truth about anybody's effort or character. That right there, the smallest things. When you don't even take care of the smallest things, you don't even take care of the big shit. Oh man, I can't wait for this trial.
Yeah.
I can't wait for this trial. The special prosecutor is assigned.
Yeah, that's interesting. That is really interesting.
We know one of the officers, remember? It was when was it? February of 2023. The prosecution came to the court and said, there's a Brady gig, Leo. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, of course somebody is already under investigation. Back then is when I was telling people that somebody in the investigative team was under investigation for a case where they testified in a previous case. They testified to information for somebody to be convicted, and they lied. They made up their statement. They made up evidence, and they got busted.
Yeah.
And that's one of their team members. And that's why back then I referred to the December 15th December 7th. Wait, what? It was one of those early press conferences where Fry was inside. He was inside. And he said, yeah, we're going to be changing out our team for the holiday. No. That's why I said back then, that's when they found out about somebody fucking lying. They found out. They had to switch. They had to pull them from the investigation, and he made it seem. That's why I broke that little 5-minute video that he did down. Because if you look at his face is different than the other ones. You can tell in his eyes. You can tell in how he's saying it. You can tell that that's when they knew somebody in their investigative team effed up on a prior case. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to say the name, but I'm going to tell you they are a key member when it comes to what took place the day that the investigation started. They are one of the few high key members in that investigation. You'll find out the name in trial. That's why Fry switched up his team in early mid-December.
Yeah. And I do also think that I mean, I agree with a lot of people in chat. I think that it also will have something to do with Bryan Kohberger's phone making its way to Dateline. Being the issue.
Well, listen, I've been trying to tell people too, there's one person where it's their job and has been their job from the very beginning to put information out there. Now, who's the one that's going to put a whole bunch of information out there? That was that key member that already got in trouble. Guess what? The same person. The same person, the same person that's talking to Steve, the same person that's talking to Bloom, the same person that was talking to Banfield, the same person that was talking to all these people, giving them information, the same. And I really feel that that person is Papa Rogers and has been from the beginning.
Yeah, I
When-
think that would make a lot of sense.
Let me break this down. So when you can be a person that lies in a previous case to get a conviction and you make up evidence, you know what that tells me about your personality? Because I studied psychology too. You know what that tells me about your personality? It tells me that you make decisions based off of emotion. So when you make decisions based off of emotion, that means that you cannot handle your own emotion. Okay? Who couldn't handle their own emotion when it came to the specific facts of the case that we also later found out was true, that was put out before it became public? Papa Rogers. When Papa Rogers was the slightest comment of somebody saying, no, I think this person was first and it happened this. Shut up, you son of a bitch. It wasn't the killer. And who knows, when it comes to, you know, the stuff that was going on around there, the uncovering the cover that we broke down, all the connections, when it comes to a lot of those key members that we discuss, they could have been that person that did also commit the crime. They could be also the one that did plant something as well. Because there's a whole lot of emotion right there. And why would there be a whole lot of emotion? More than anybody else. Way more than anybody else. When you're already a shitbag, when you already make up evidence, when you already testify under oath and you lie just to get a conviction, you're a piece of shit. Because you didn't even have regard for another human being's life when it came to your decision. You put somebody in jail because you wanted to make up some shit because you didn't have enough evidence. You're a shitbag. And when you're a shitbag, the same kind of shitbag would sit there and tell Kaylee, go make me something, bitch. When you're a shitbag that's willing to lie and go to any extreme to cover your reputation, you will kill somebody else to make sure your secret is kept. You're a shitbag. All of this just stinks the same smell, Rosee.
Yeah, it does. I mean, there is a theme that runs through the entire thing, and that would explain so much of the secrecy, wouldn't it?
Because there's a lot of people that know people. Think about the corruption that exists in this country. Think about the corruption that exists in all these cases. What's the motive? Because secrets need to be covered up, and because why do certain secrets get covered up? Because the people that committed the crime know people in high places. Think about all the corruption that we're talking about. Does not most of it, more than 90% of it, include people that know people in high places? You're looking at it. When you study Idaho's cases, and when it comes to the people that they've charged, the amount of charges that they'll slap on these people, how evidence was questionable and it didn't even have to be shown because it didn't even make it to trial because these people took plea deals. There's a reason why the atmosphere is so thick up there. There's a reason why most people get along to go along. Because they already know their grandfather, their father, their great-grandfather was part of that process. Homegrown. That's why they don't like outsiders. Because when outsiders come in, they come in and bring a new perspective. They go, wait a minute. This shit never happened where I was at. Why is it? Let me show you guys a better way. No, we don't want that better way. We like how we've been doing shit all this time. Why? Because look at them. Nobody had their eyes locked on the state of Idaho until this case. I didn't even know that there was a fucking Moscow in the United States until this case.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't. Had no idea. Didn't even know. I didn't even know about the Panhandle and the University of Idaho being created before the university or before the state of Idaho became a state. When does a college become a college of a state before the state is even made?
Right.
When does that? How do you make a college of a state that's not even a state? How? Doesn't make sense.
It really doesn't, and it's confusing. It's like the university is like, we better get ourselves a state. I mean, I know what you mean. Yeah.
It's because Oregon, Washington, and Montana were all fighting for that land.
Yeah.
That little strip of northern Idaho, what they call the Panhandle. They were all wanting. I mean, it's fertile land up there. Why do you think they have so many agricultural studies and programs and government grants? They get a lot. They get a lot of funding for their programs with agriculture. A lot. Even different things, like not just food, but trees and I mean all sorts of stuff. The animals. So these states back then knew how valuable it was. But the only reason that Idaho was allowed to keep it is, guess what? They found a loophole. The loophole was, well, if there's a university up there, well, then they can't have that land. Well, guess we got to make the University of Idaho 2 to 3 years before Idaho even becomes a state because we want to make sure that we have our hand on that land. It's been shady, and it's been shady since before the state was even created. That should tell people something.
Yeah, that's crazy.
No outsiders. Oh my Lord. I wanna show you guys something here real quick. This is the prosecution coming in the courthouse. So let me pull this up for you real quick. And I'll play these videos. This is Morgan Romero from Court TV. Let me go ahead and share this. This is them walking in. Let's see. Full screen. There we go. So this is them walking in to the courthouse this morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you feeling, Bill?
I'm awake.
You're awake. You're here.
I'm awake.
We can probably go.
He's awake.
Yeah, I'm awake. Here, let me click on this other one.
How are you, Josh?
Good, how you doing?
Good.
I'm sorry. I noticed the little shit, okay? I can't help it. That's how my mind works. I literally, just like you see the raindrops of numbers in the background, my mind and my brain is like scanning stuff just like that. It like scans everything. This dude, he must have just bought these shoes because, all right, this is how stupid my brain is. All right. So as I'm watching him walk up, and I'll play it for a second. As I'm watching him walk up, you can see the sides of his shoes like are too wide when it comes to dress shoes. What I mean by that is you can tell that the shoes are either a size too big, or he didn't wear them and just didn't even pull the laces like they should be pulled. Like he literally just bought them and slipped them on. And because you can see how there's room between his ankles and the sides of the shoes based off of the shoe size of the sides compared to the front and the sole. And so you can tell he either just didn't tighten his shoelaces or he got too big of a size. Because when he's walking up the sidewalk, you can see that it's not the proportions are not correct when it comes to those shoes. So see if you notice it as he's walking up. Here, let me switch the let me go full screen for you. All right, check this out. See if you notice it.
How are you, Josh?
Good, how you doing?
Good.
See?
Oh, like this.
Look, right? You can really see.
Oh,
Like, hold on one second. Right there. You see how it's shiny like that?
yeah.
The shadow should not be like it. It would be slightly altered at the top of the shoe. Okay, so there's one sign right there. All right, and then right here, you can tell how this line's kind of covering it. Okay, but you can tell. So if you're looking, my brain is so stupid. So you can tell that so his ankle would be right in the middle at the top. See where the light is kind of shining towards the front part of the side of the shoe.
Yeah.
That is the part that's sticking out. So that is what's telling you, based off of the shadow and then these two slides, is what's telling you he just literally bought these shoes off a shelf and slipped them on and didn't tighten the shoelaces, or they're literally a size too big, or he's just got really skinny ankles or something.
No, I think because they're not like softened yet, right? That's why it's a little bit uncomfortable for him to walk like that. So I think they are brand new because they're not like, there's no flexibility to the shoe.
It's like look at this pose and his pinky's sticking out too. Here, hold on. Let me take a screenshot and I'll blow it up. It's almost like he should be wearing a top hat and holding an umbrella. And holding an umbrella with that pose, you know. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my Valentine. Hold on, let me pull it up here 1 second. Oh, hold on a second. At least this hearing wasn't boring, okay? I was sucked in the whole time. Some of these hearings, I'm just like, oh, I could have been doing something else. You know. All right, so let's do a close up here. All right, we're on the close up. You got your pancake sticking out like he's holding a glass of wine or an umbrella. I don't. Hello, my baby. I don't know. You know, and then you just look at the way his feet are, like his foot step forward, like he's skipping to his loo. You know, skip to my loo. He's kind of like, look at this, the pose. I need to put an umbrella in his hand and give him a top hat.
Okay, but his facial expressions don't match because she's greeting him and he's like, who is that again?
Yeah.
I know her. It's
All right. I have to move us. Hold on one second. Let me put us up here. Oh, we need the circles back. Hold on. All right, there we go. Yeah, so see, you got the shadow right here. So this part, so here would be his ankle. This part right here is sticking out.
Mm-hmm.
So when that part is sticking out, you know it's sticking out on the other side, which then tells you he didn't tie his shoelaces tight, which why wouldn't you if you've had them for a while? Or you got them a size too big, which they would be extra big on the sides as well. Or you just literally bought them and pulled them off a shelf and slipped them on. Because that's the only time that you wouldn't tie your shoelaces to tighten up your shoes.
Yeah, because you put them on in the car.
They're brand new. They're brand new, and he didn't even tie his shoelaces.
What shoes was Bill Thompson wearing? I didn't look.
I don't know. He's awake. That's all.
Okay.
Let me let me play those full screen for you because I know the other one was a little small. But let's watch this one again. Hello, my baby.
How are you, Josh?
Good, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, he's got that skip to his loo. All right, let me go back to this one.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you feeling, Bill?
Awake.
You're awake. You're here.
Whoa, what did they just... Can somebody figure out... Let me mute my music. What did they just whisper in this video? Oh my God. Like, what did they just whisper? Hold on. What? Let me play it again. What did they just whisper?
Awake.
You're awake. You're here.
What the hell are they saying? What are they whispering?
I couldn't make that out. I don't know.
Here, let me mute me, man. Here, I'm gonna play it one more time and I'm gonna mute myself. And man, I can't tell, but I'm gonna have to find out now.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you feeling, Bill?
Awake.
You're awake. You're here.
What? I can't tell.
I don't know.
I can't tell. I know. I have no idea either, Beckles. Now I'm gonna have to. Let me see. 4 minutes and 23 seconds in the show.
We're gonna
4 hours 23 minutes into the show. I need to find out because I don't want to keep playing it over and over and over for 20 minutes trying to figure it out and bore you guys. And I know that it's getting late for you over there as well. Let me see here. I do want to bring this up, and we should talk about this it coming up in the future when it comes to here. Let me display that, and let me drop this link for you guys. This was we have a two-parter. Me and Rosee have a two-parter. Here's part one. first let me drop my incel theory video. So here's that link. I'd like to go into this more in the future again, or maybe we can revisit it or something. Here's our part 1 link, and then here is our part 2 link. And I thought about maybe clipping them together and doing like a rewind episode, rewind that I do from time to time. Maybe putting both episodes together, clipping out some of the extra stuff or whatever, and then putting it out as one episode just as a revisit. That might not be a bad idea either.
Yeah, I think that'll work. I also feel like pointing out that the first episode was my first time on panel. I've been on panel once for like a few minutes, so it was my first time on panel. I didn't even know where chat was.
Oh, really? Was it?
I couldn't find anything, and I was so confused. Just
Rosee,
so everyone knows.
Rosee, trust me, I feel you, because when I started to have to go back to previous episodes, like when they blurred stuff or stuff like that on previous episodes during a live, I was very embarrassed of my rookie self from back then, because like I just days before the crime took place, I started the channel. I started the show, so I was rookie as hell. Okay, nobody was trying to help me out or give me advice. They just wanted me to figure it out myself. I'm like, well, damn, I thought I was, I was cool with all you people and all these other people that have channels and stuff, did mod and shit for you. And now that I'm trying to, no, I'm not helping you. What the fuck? Okay.
Right.
So it was rookie shit myself. So trust me, when I go back to this episode that we did, because that was like what, a year, and how long ago was it? When was
it? Was more than a year now.
Year and a half, 2 years,
probably.
maybe somewhere around there. Yeah, I'm gonna be rookie as hell myself. So don't worry about it. You just gotta laugh at yourself because you're like, oh wow, rookie shit. So I understand where you're coming from, but yeah, we need to revisit this in a show coming up soon.
Yeah, we do.
And maybe we can even do something special over on Twitch, where we can actually include, because over on Twitch, there is, you're not allowed to really play or show a lot of the things that you can on YouTube. We can do it on Twitch. That's why all of our episodes are unrestricted with full access, okay, over on Twitch. Just follow and sub up over there. And for example, we did the sneak peek of the Dateline episode live. So as quick as you could see it on your television, you saw it over here with us on Twitch. And then we also were able to do watch parties where we could cover it as well. And so I know there's a lot of stuff when it comes to Elliot Rogers that we couldn't include when it came to those episodes, Rosee. And so maybe with part of this revisit is we can have a special show that we do over on Twitch where we can show everything without having to feel like our freedom of speech is being violated or something. And so
I think that's a good idea. I think we should do that.
Yeah, and you have a Twitch link too. I apologize, I don't have that.
I don't even know it, because I got Twitch like a week ago just to watch your channel.
I will get your link for I will get your link here in the future, because you should be we can co-stream on there too. So we can both stream to both of our channels on Twitch while we're doing our special presentations that are unrestricted and have full access. No restrictions.
I would just need to figure out how to use it a little bit, and then it should be good.
Yeah, I'll help you out with that. It's not very hard. So
okay.
Yeah. But other than that, I just want to say thank you, Rosee, for hanging out. Thank you all for being here. I am trying to schedule a show with Yoli Yo Law. I'd like to have her on panel, and I'd like to have a show just discussing the breakdown of this court hearing and all the stuff. I mean, I got so many notes. You can see them right here. All of the stuff when it comes to this court hearing, I would love to hear her opinion on it. And so I'm going to try and schedule that here whenever she's next available. I know she's busy working on some other stuff as well. So I'm going to have that. Like I said, I'll do like the 2-episode rewind for you guys. I'll have that coming out here soon. I shall be live tomorrow night. Not sure exactly what time. It just depends on the weather. And then obviously we're going to be having some more shows during this weekend. So thank you all for being here. Definitely go check out that Dateline episode on Twitch with the commentary, because I break some shit down on that episode too. And unfortunately, you can't see it on YouTube, just Twitch. So just go to my video section and you'll see the title with the commentary. Love you guys. Appreciate you. Thank you, Rosee. Appreciate you. Hopefully you all have a peaceful, positive day. And I might be back tonight. I don't know. We'll see. Love you guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay over there? Is your victim at the hospital? Someone shot there.
Alright, the ET doesn't take pictures of the, is it domestic related?